What if I told you that beneath every mountain in Skyrim, an entire civilization vanished in a single heartbeat, leaving behind machines that still guard their empty cities after 4,000 years? The Dwemer weren't just some ancient race of craftsmen. They were a people so advanced, so utterly beyond their time, that when they disappeared, reality itself seems to have erased them from existence. But here's what's absolutely mind-blowing. Everything we see in their ruins, the still functioning automatons, the impossible architecture, the lights that never dim. We're talking about a race that rejected the gods, enslaved an entire civilization, and were literally moments away from creating their own deity through pure mathematics and logic. Tonight, I'm going to take you through the complete story of the Dwemer mystery. From their arrival in Tamriel's deepest places, to their twisted bargain with the snow elves, to that final catastrophic moment when an entire race blinked out of existence. And trust me, by the end of this, you'll understand why even the Daedric princes seemed to fear what the Dwemer were becoming. So before you delve too deep into these ruins, or drift off into dreams of brass and steam, do me a quick favor. If this ancient mystery has you intrigued, curious, or just enjoying the exploration, go ahead and hit that like button, maybe even subscribe, but only if your inner scholar approves. And hey, why not drop your location and local time in the comments? It's always fascinating to see which corners of Tamriel you're tuning in from. Even the forgotten depths of Blackreach. So dim your torches, settle into your bedroll, and let the distant hum of Dwemer machinery lull you as we begin our descent into the deepest mystery of the Elder Scrolls. Get comfortable, relax, and let's journey together into tonight's exploration of Tamriel's greatest enigma. Picture this. While the ancestors of men were still learning to shape bronze, while the Altmer were perfecting their crystal towers, an entire race of Mer looked at the sun-drenched world above and said, "No, thank you." The Dwemer didn't just live underground. They transformed the bones of the earth itself into a civilization that would make surface dwellers question everything they thought they knew about progress. But here's what will absolutely blow your mind about the deep folk. They weren't driven underground by war, catastrophe, or divine punishment. They chose the darkness. They chose the stone. And in making that choice, they became something that Tamriel had never seen before. A people who valued the tangible over the mystical, equations over prayers, and the hum of machinery over the songs of worship. Tonight, we're diving deep, and I mean deep, into the origins of the most enigmatic race ever to walk, or rather tunnel, through Tamriel. We're going to explore why a people would willingly abandon the stars, what they found in the darkness that no one else could see, and how their very first encounters with surface races set the stage for 4,000 years of mystery. The earliest records of the Dwemer come from Nordic sources, where they earned the name we know them by today, dwarves. But here's the thing. The Dwemer weren't actually short. The name comes from the ancient Nords, who apparently learned of them through the giants of Skyrim. To a giant, everyone is a dwarf, and the name stuck. It's one of history's great misnomers, like calling the Sea of Ghosts friendly, or suggesting that cliff racers are pleasant company. But the Dwemer's own name for themselves tells the real story. Dwemer in the Aldmeris-derived language means deep folk, or people of the deep, not the clever folk or the craft folk, as some scholars translate, just the deep folk. It's characteristically pragmatic, as if they wanted no poetry, no grandeur, just a statement of fact. They were the people who went deep, and that was all that needed saying. What's truly fascinating is that the Dwemer appear to have been established in their underground cities from our earliest records of them. Unlike other races that show clear migration patterns and settlement development, the Dwemer seem to have always been exactly where we find their ruins, deep beneath the surface, in places that even today require significant effort to reach. The first confirmed encounters between Dwemer and surface races reveal a fundamental divide that would define their relationships forever. When the Chimer first arrived in what would become Morrowind, they found the Dwemer already well established in their underground realm. The early meetings between these cousin races of Mer were marked by mutual bewilderment. Here were two peoples descended from the same Aldemary stock, yet they could hardly have been more different. The Chimer, following their prophet Veloth, had rejected the Altmeri focus on perfection in favor of Daedra worship and cultural transformation. The Dwemer had rejected something even more fundamental. They'd rejected worship itself. While the Chimer built temples to Boethia, Mephala, and Azura, the Dwemer built machines. While the Chimer sought wisdom from their ancestors and gods, the Dwemer sought understanding through logic and experimentation. Nordic accounts of early Dwemer encounters paint a picture of a race that was already ancient when humans first arrived in Tamriel. The Nords speak of finding entrances to the underworld guarded by metal men, of hearing the ring of hammers from beneath the mountains, of trade attempts that failed because the Dwemer had no interest in what the surface could offer. They had everything they needed in their deep halls, and what they didn't have, they would create. This self-sufficiency extended to every aspect of Dwemer culture. Where other races relied on magic drawn from Aetherius or the blessings of Aedra and Daedra, the Dwemer developed technology, not the crude mechanics of pulleys and levers, but something far more sophisticated. Devices that manipulated the fundamental forces of reality through principles that weren't quite magic, weren't quite mundane, but something entirely their own. Their cities reflected this unique approach to existence, built in vast cavern systems, connected by tunnels that stretched for miles beneath the surface. The Dwemer created a subterranean empire that had no need for the world above. They found water in underground rivers, heat in the Earth's core, and building materials in the very stone that surrounded them. They even developed their own food sources, fungi cultivation on a scale that could feed entire cities. But perhaps most tellingly, the Dwemer were the only race in Tamriel that showed no interest in the sun, the stars, or the moons. While every other culture in Tamriel incorporated celestial observation into their religion, architecture, or daily life, the Dwemer ignored the heavens entirely. They built no observatories, tracked no constellations, celebrated no celestial events. For a people living entirely underground, the sky might as well have not existed. This rejection of the surface world went beyond mere preference. It was philosophical. The Dwemer saw the surface race's obsession with gods, spirits, and the afterlife as a fundamental weakness. Why pray for divine intervention when you could build a solution? Why hope for a better afterlife when you could improve your current life through innovation? Why worship the Earthbones when you could study them, understand them, and ultimately manipulate them? The establishment of their great cities followed patterns that speak to a highly organized, unified culture. Whether in Skyrim, Morrowind, or Hammerfell, Dwemer cities share remarkable similarities in design and construction. This suggests either a strong central authority that dictated building standards, or more likely, a shared cultural understanding so complete that Dwemer architects naturally arrived at similar solutions, regardless of location. By the time other races had begun to establish their first permanent settlements on the surface, the Dwemer had already created wonders beneath the earth. They had standardized their language across their entire civilization. No regional dialects or variations have ever been found. They had developed construction techniques that wouldn't be matched by surface races for millennia, if ever. They had created a society that was, by all accounts, centuries ahead of everyone else in Tamriel. Yet, for all their advancement, the Dwemer remained isolationist. They had no interest in conquering the surface, spreading their philosophy, or even sharing their knowledge. They were content to remain in their deep halls, pursuing their research, building their machines, and ignoring the gods that everyone else feared or revered. They were a race apart, not just geographically, but philosophically. And that separation would define every interaction they had with the outside world. As we prepare to delve deeper into their architectural marvels in our next chapter, consider this. The Dwemer didn't just choose to live underground. They chose to live outside the religious and cultural framework that defined every other race in Tamriel. They were the first and only true atheists in a world where gods demonstrably existed. The first rationalists in a realm ruled by magic. The first engineers in a land of sorcerers. Their origins weren't just the beginning of a race. They were the beginning of a fundamentally different way of understanding existence. And that difference, that complete rejection of everything other races held sacred, would lead them down a path that no one else dared to walk. A path that would end in the greatest disappearance in Tamriel's history, leaving behind only empty cities and unanswered questions. The deep folk went deep indeed, so deep that they found truths that perhaps should have stayed buried. But that's a story for the chapters to come. Let me ask you something that's been driving scholars absolutely mad for centuries. How do you build cities that function perfectly for thousands of years after your entire race vanishes? Welcome to the impossible world of Dwemer architecture, where the ruins themselves seem to mock our understanding, with every still functioning mechanism and ever-burning light. Here's what's genuinely mind-blowing about Dwemer construction. We can explore it, we can map it, we can even live in it, but we can't replicate it. I'm talking about massive underground cities that have survived earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and 4,000 years of abandonment, yet their lights still glow, their pipes still carry steam, and their gears still turn. Master architects from the imperial city to Solitude have studied these ruins and come away humbled by engineering principles we simply don't understand. We're going to explore the architectural marvels that the Dwemer called home, from the vast expanse of Blackreach to the mechanical fortress of Mzinchaleft, from cities built around lava flows to structures that seem to generate their own power. By the end of this, you'll understand why even the most ambitious modern builders look at Dwemer ruins and realize we're still playing with blocks while they were reshaping reality itself. Let's start with the concept that defines everything about Dwemer construction: tonal architecture. According to the few translated texts we have, the Dwemer didn't just build with stone and metal, they used sound itself as a construction tool. This isn't metaphor. The Dwemer literally used precise tonal frequencies to shape matter, a technique that goes so far beyond conventional magic that even the Telvanni wizards, masters of the impossible, can't reproduce it. Calcelmo, perhaps our greatest living expert on the Dwemer, has spent decades in Markarth studying their stonework. His research reveals that Dwemer architecture shows no conventional tool marks, no chisel strikes, no saw marks, nothing that indicates traditional construction. Instead, the stone appears to have been shaped through methods we can't identify. It's as if they convinced the rock itself to take the shapes they desired. But here's where it gets truly fascinating. Every Dwemer city follows similar architectural principles, regardless of when or where it was built. Doorways are standardized. Corridor patterns repeat. The same geometric principles appear in ruins from Morrowind to Skyrim to Hammerfell. This level of consistency across an entire civilization speaks to either incredible cultural unity or, more intriguingly, a fundamental understanding of architectural principles that made certain designs inevitable. Let's talk about Blackreach, because if there's one place that shows the sheer scope of Dwemer ambition, it's that cavern. Blackreach isn't just a cave, it's an entire underground realm, vast enough to have its own ecosystem. The cavern stretches beneath Skyrim, connecting multiple Dwemer cities in a space so large that you can't see from one end to the other. Giant glowing mushrooms provide bioluminescent light, creating an alien landscape that feels more like another plane of existence than a simple cave. The Silent City stands in Blackreach's depths, a full Dwemer settlement built in this impossible space. The engineering required to construct a city in such a cavern defies comprehension. How did they even discover this space? How did they provide ventilation for an entire population this far underground? How did they create a sustainable environment that still functions today? Every answer leads to more questions. Then there's the mechanical fortress of Mnzinchileft, which showcases another aspect of Dwemer genius, the integration of architecture and machinery. This isn't a building with machines in it. The building is a machine. Gears and pistons are built into the very walls. Steam powers mechanisms throughout the structure. The entire city functions as one vast mechanical organism, still operating on principles we can't fully understand. The Dwemer approach to building in extreme environments reveals their mastery over natural forces. Cities like Bethouand, built around active lava flows, should be uninhabitable, yet the Dwemer created ventilation and cooling systems that made these locations not just livable, but comfortable. They turned the Earth's own heat into a power source, channeling thermal energy through their structures in ways that modern engineers can observe but not replicate. What's particularly remarkable is the Dwemer lighting system. Their ruins are illuminated by a steady, warm light that has no visible source, no torches, no crystals, no magical flames. The light simply exists, emanating from fixtures that have functioned without maintenance for millennia. Scholars have dismantled these lights trying to understand them, only to find empty chambers that somehow still produce illumination. The metal used in Dwemer construction presents its own mysteries. Dwemer metal doesn't rust or corrode, maintaining its strength and appearance indefinitely. Smiths across Tamriel prize Dwemer metal for weapons and armor, melting down ancient gears and plates, yet no one has successfully created new Dwemer metal. We can reshape what exists, but we can't make more of it. The secret of its creation died with the deep folk. Perhaps most impressively, Dwemer architecture seems designed to last forever. Their structures show minimal wear, despite millennia of abandonment. Mechanisms still function, doors still open, elevators still rise and fall. This isn't just good engineering, it's engineering with an eye toward eternity, as if the Dwemer knew their creations would outlast them. The acoustic properties of Dwemer ruins deserve special mention. Many explorers report strange resonances in Dwemer cities, sounds that seem to come from the structures themselves. Certain chambers amplify sound in unusual ways. Others seem to dampen it entirely. Some theorists believe these acoustic properties were intentional, that the Dwemer built their cities to manipulate sound in ways that serve purposes we no longer understand. Recent archaeological evidence suggests the Dwemer may have built their cities according to specific mathematical principles related to the earth bones, the fundamental laws of reality in Tamriel. The angles, proportions, and layouts of their structures might represent physical manifestations of cosmic constants. If true, this would mean Dwemer cities weren't just built in harmony with natural law, they were expressions of it. The defensive aspects of Dwemer architecture reveal a civilization that valued security as much as innovation. Their cities feature elaborate trap systems, defensive choke points, and automated guardians integrated into the architecture itself. Even abandoned, these defenses remain lethal. The Dwemer built their homes to be fortresses, protecting their secrets even in death. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect of Dwemer architecture is how alive it still feels. The hum of machinery, the hiss of steam, the distant clank of gears. Their cities refuse to be silent. It's as if the Dwemer built not just structures, but organisms, mechanical ecosystems that continue their functions, regardless of whether anyone is there to benefit from them. As we prepare to explore the mechanical guardians that still patrol these impossible cities, Consider this. The Dwemer didn't just build differently than other races. They built with an understanding of reality that we've lost. Their architecture stands as proof that there are ways of shaping the world that go beyond magic, beyond conventional engineering, beyond what we consider possible. In our next exploration, we'll delve into what these impossible cities contained, the thinking machines that still guard them, following orders given by masters who vanished 4,000 years ago. But for now, let the architecture sink in. Let the impossibility of it settle into your bones. Because once you truly understand what the Dwemer could build, you'll never look at the world the same way again. Close your eyes and imagine this. You're exploring a ruin that's been abandoned for 4,000 years. No one has maintained it. No one has repaired it. No one has even oiled a single gear. Yet suddenly, you hear the whisper of metal on stone, the click of gears engaging, and before you can react, a mechanical spider the size of a dog unfolds from the wall, its crystal eyes blazing with purpose as it moves to defend a master who vanished before your great-great-grandmother's ancestors were born. Welcome to the enduring nightmare and wonder of Dwemer animunculi. But here's what's truly staggering about Dwemer technology. It's not magic. At least, not magic as Tamriel understands it. While every other race channels magicka from Aetherius, calls upon Daedric powers, or manipulates the forces of nature through spells, the Dwemer created machines that operate on principles so alien to conventional understanding that our best scholars can only shrug and classify them as probably not magical, but we honestly have no idea. We're diving into the mechanical marvels that still patrol Dwemer-ruins, the controversial soul gem theories that keep ethicists awake at night, and the reality-bending substance called Ethereum that might just be the key to understanding how the Dwemer achieved the impossible. By the time we're done, you'll never look at a simple gear the same way again. Let's start with the most visible legacy of Dwemer engineering, the animunculi. These mechanical guardians come in three primary varieties that explorers have catalogued, though rumours persist of other rarer types in the deepest ruins. First, you have the Dwemer spiders, small, agile, and disturbingly intelligent in their movements. They repair, they maintain, and when threatened, they attack with tools that were meant for construction, but work terrifyingly well for destruction. Then there are the Dwemer spheres, perhaps the most elegant of their creations. These warriors wait in ambush, rolled into perfect metal balls that could be mistaken for decorations until they sense an intruder. In seconds, they unfold into humanoid fighters wielding blades and crossbows with mechanical precision. The transformation itself is a masterwork of engineering that modern smiths can't replicate, even when they have a deactivated sphere to study. But the true terrors of Dwemer ruins are the centurions. Towering mechanical giants powered by steam and fury, these guardians represent the pinnacle of Dwemer defensive technology. Armed with hammers that can shatter stone and steam breath that can cook a man in his armor, centurions have ended more expeditions than cave-ins and Falmer combined. The fact that they still function, still patrol, still defend, speaks to engineering so perfect it borders on the impossible. Now here's where things get philosophically troubling. How are these machines powered? The most disturbing theory, supported by the presence of soul gems in many animunculi, suggests the Dwemer used trapped souls as power sources. Think about that for a moment. Souls, the very essence of living beings, reduced to nothing more than batteries for mechanical servants. It would represent a level of pragmatic cruelty that even the darkest necromancers might hesitate at. But other scholars argue against the soul gem theory, pointing out that many animunculi contain no soul gems at all, yet function perfectly. These researchers propose that the Dwemer discovered alternative power sources, perhaps drawing energy from the earth itself, or from the mysterious tonal forces they manipulated. The truth is, we simply don't know, and that uncertainty makes their technology even more unsettling. The Dwemer's mastery of steam power represents another leap beyond contemporary understanding. While surface races struggle with basic water wheels and windmills, the Dwemer created entire cities powered by steam. Their pipes and valves, still functional after millennia, channel superheated vapor through complex systems that modern engineers can map but not fully comprehend. The steam doesn't just provide power, it seems to be part of a larger system that includes heating, cooling, and possibly even communication between different parts of their cities. But perhaps no Dwemer creation has captured imaginations and spawned more expeditions than Ethereum. This mysterious blue crystal, found only in the deepest Dwemer ruins, possesses properties that defy classification. It's not quite metal, not quite crystal, and definitely not bound by the laws of physics as we understand them. Ethereum can store impossible amounts of energy, channel forces that have no name, and when properly worked, create artifacts of unimaginable power. The Ethereum Forge, hidden deep beneath Skyrim, stands as testament to what the Dwemer could achieve with this substance. This forge, one of perhaps only a handful ever built, could shape Ethereum into items that blur the line between technology and miracle. The few Ethereum artifacts that have been recovered, crowns that enhance the mind, shields that reflect any force, staffs that channel pure energy, demonstrate capabilities that make Daedric artifacts look almost mundane by comparison. The Dwemer's approach to technology extended beyond mere machines. They created tonal resonators that could manipulate sound in ways that affected reality itself. They built devices that could read the Elder Scrolls, artifacts that blind and madden most who attempt to comprehend them, with mechanical precision. They even created observatories that looked not at the stars, but at the fundamental forces that hold the world together. What's particularly fascinating is how Dwemer technology seems designed to last forever. Their alloys don't rust, their gears don't wear down, their power sources, whatever they are, don't deplete. This isn't just over-engineering, it's engineering with eternity in mind. Every device, every mechanism, every creation was built as if the Dwemer knew it would need to function long after they were gone. The integration of their technology into daily life appears to have been total. Dwemer ruins contain mechanical servants for every conceivable task. Spiders for maintenance, spheres for security, specialized animunculi for construction, mining, and crafting. They automated their society to a degree that wouldn't be imagined by surface races for millennia, if ever. Manual labor, in the traditional sense, seems to have been entirely eliminated. But here's what keeps scholars awake at night. Dwemer technology shows signs of learning. Animunculi adapt their patrol routes based on intruder behavior. They respond to new threats with modified tactics. Some explorers swear that the machines in frequently visited ruins become more aggressive, more clever, as if they're learning from each encounter. If true, this suggests the Dwemer created not just machines, but artificial minds capable of growth and adaptation. The defensive technologies found in Dwemer ruins go beyond animunculi, spinning blade traps that activate with impossible precision, flame jets that never run out of fuel, pressure plates that can distinguish between Dwemer and intruder, though how they make this distinction 4,000 years after the last Dwemer walked their halls remains a mystery. Every defense still functions, still kills, still protects secrets we're desperate to uncover. Perhaps most intriguingly, there are hints of Dwemer technologies we've never seen in action. References in their texts to reality anchors, temporal stabilizers, and causal locks. Devices that might have manipulated time, space, or the fundamental nature of existence itself. These theoretical machines, if they ever existed, have either been destroyed, hidden, or perhaps removed from our reality entirely. The few scholars who've made progress in understanding Dwemer technology often report a disturbing phenomenon. The more you understand, the less sense it makes. It's as if their machines operate on principles that human and mere minds aren't equipped to fully grasp. We can use their technology, we can even repair it to some degree, but true understanding remains tantalizingly out of reach. As we prepare to explore the darkest chapter of Dwemer history, their betrayal of the Falmer, consider this. A race capable of creating machines that think, metals that remember, and crystals that reshape reality itself, chose to use that power in ways that would horrify us. Their technology, magnificent as it is, enabled cruelties on a scale that Tamriel had never seen before. The machines still guard their empty halls, following the last commands of a dead race. They repair what breaks, defend what's threatened, and maintain an empire of ghosts. In their mechanical precision, in their eternal vigilance, we see the Dwemer's greatest achievement, and perhaps their greatest tragedy. They created servants perfect enough to outlast their creators, but not wise enough to question why they should. And somewhere in those ruins, among the still turning gears and ever watchful eyes, there might be technologies we haven't discovered yet. Machines waiting for commands that will never come, holding secrets that could reshape our world or destroy it. The Dwemer's legacy isn't just in what they built, but in what they proved possible. And that possibility, that potential, calls to every scholar, every adventurer, every fool who thinks they can succeed where thousands have failed. The machines wait, patient as only the artificial can be. They don't care about our curiosity, our greed, or our dreams of understanding. They simply continue their eternal watch, protecting mysteries that perhaps were meant to die with their makers. But we keep trying, keep exploring, keep dying in those mechanical halls. Because the promise of Dwemer technology, the promise of power beyond magic, of understanding beyond faith, is too tempting to resist, even if it kills us, especially if it kills us. After all, what's death compared to the chance of understanding how gods can be built from gears and steam? There are betrayals in history that make your blood run cold. Betrayals that redefine what we think mortals are capable of. But nothing, and I mean nothing, in Tamriel's blood-soaked history compares to what the Dwemer did to the Snow Elves. This isn't just a story of conquest or subjugation. This is the systematic destruction of an entire race's identity, twisted into something so horrific that 4,000 years later, we still can't look at the Falmer without feeling the weight of what was stolen from them. But here's what makes this even more gut-wrenching. The Snow Elves came to the Dwemer for help. They weren't conquered, they weren't captured. They walked into the deep places of their own free will, desperate and broken, and asked for sanctuary. What they received instead was a transformation so complete, so utterly violating, that it stands as perhaps the darkest chapter in all of Tamriel's history. We're going to trace the fall of one of Tamriel's most beautiful civilizations. From their golden age when they ruled Skyrim's surface, through the night that changed everything, to their desperate bargain with the deep folk, and finally to the twisted creatures that haunt the ruins today. By the end, you'll understand why some knowledge comes with a price too terrible to pay. Let's start with who the Snow Elves were before their fall. Picture Skyrim not as the frozen Nord-dominated province we know today, but as a land of elegant spires and crystal architecture, ruled by Myr, whose mastery of magic rivaled the Altmer themselves. The Snow Elves, or Falmer as they called themselves in their own tongue, had created a civilization of breathtaking beauty and sophistication. Their capital, the legendary city of Ori-El's Bow, was said to shimmer with such radiance that it could be seen from the throat of the world on clear days. They worshipped Ori-El with a devotion that went beyond mere religion. Their entire society was built around principles of enlightenment, artistry, and magical achievement. Where the Dwemer went deep, the Snow Elves reached high, creating towers and temples that seemed to capture starlight itself. Then came the Nords. Ysgramor and his followers arrived from Atmora, and at first the two races coexisted. The Snow Elves, confident in their superiority and secure in their ancient claim to Skyrim, allowed these newcomers to establish settlements. For a time, there was peace, trade flourished. Some sources even suggest friendships formed between individual Nords and Snow Elves, but human populations grow quickly, and the Nords spread faster than the Snow Elves had anticipated. Tensions rose, resources became contested, and then came the night that would echo through history. The Night of Tears. The Snow Elves attacked the Nordic settlement of Sarthor, slaughtering the inhabitants with a thoroughness that spoke of desperation rather than mere warfare. Only Ysgramor and his sons escaped the massacre. Why did the Snow Elves attack? Nordic tradition claims it was pure jealousy and malice, but fragments of Snow Elf texts suggest a different story. They had discovered something in Sarthor, something the Nords had unearthed, that terrified them beyond reason. The Eye of Magnus, perhaps, or something even more dangerous. Whatever the truth, the attack on Sarthor sealed the Snow Elves' fate. Ysgramor returned with his 500 companions, warriors whose names would become legend, and began a war of extinction. This wasn't conquest. This was extermination. The Nords, fueled by grief and rage, swept across Skyrim with unprecedented brutality. Snow Elf cities burned. Entire populations were put to the sword. The once proud civilization that had ruled Skyrim for millennia was being systematically destroyed. As their cities fell one by one, as their people were hunted through forests they had once considered sacred, the Snow Elves faced a terrible choice: extinction on the surface or survival at any cost. Desperate, leaderless, and with nowhere else to turn, groups of Snow Elves began seeking refuge with the only people who might have the power to protect them, their cousins beneath the earth, the Dwemer. Now here's where the story takes its darkest turn. The Dwemer agreed to help. They opened their gates to the fleeing Snow Elves, offering sanctuary in their vast underground cities. But the Deep Folk's assistance came with a price that defied comprehension. The Snow Elves would be safe from the Nords, yes, but they would have to consume a toxic fungus that would rob them of their sight. Permanently. Think about that for a moment. The Dwemer demanded that an entire race blind themselves, and the truly horrifying part, the Snow Elves agreed. That's how desperate they were, how completely the Nords had broken them. They chose darkness over death, slavery over extinction. They drank the poisoned cup the Dwemer offered and descended into the deep places, never to see the sun again. But blindness was only the beginning. The Dwemer didn't just take the Snow Elves' sight. They took their culture, their language, their very identity. Snow Elf children were raised as slaves, never learning their people's history or traditions. Within a generation, the sophisticated civilization that had created wonders to rival any in Tamriel was reduced to blind servitude, toiling in the darkness for masters who saw them as little more than useful animals. The transformation didn't stop there. Whether through the toxic fungus, the conditions of their slavery, or deliberate Dwemer manipulation, the Snow Elves began to change physically. Their posture became hunched from endless labor in low tunnels. Their hearing grew acute to compensate for their blindness. Their minds, deprived of education and culture, devolved. The elegant Falmer became the twisted creatures we know today, barely recognizable as Mer at all. What makes this betrayal even more incomprehensible is that the Dwemer gained so little from it. They didn't need slave labor. They had their machines. They didn't need subjects to rule. They were isolationists who wanted nothing from the surface world. The only explanation that makes sense is perhaps the darkest of all. The Dwemer did it because they could, because they wanted to see if they could break an entire race, reshape them according to their will, prove that their mastery over reality extended even to the fundamental nature of their fellow Mer. Some scholars have suggested an even more disturbing possibility, that the former transformation was an experiment. The Dwemer were always pushing boundaries, always seeking to understand and control the fundamental forces of existence. Perhaps the Snow Elves became test subjects in some vast project to understand the nature of Myr itself. How far could a race be pushed before it broke? How much could be taken away while still maintaining useful servants? It's a thought that turns the stomach, but it fits with what we know of Dwemer philosophy. The few Snow Elves who refused the bargain, who chose to face extinction rather than accept the Dwemer's terms, vanished into history. All except one, Knight Paladin Gelebor, who survived hidden in the Forgotten Vale, maintaining a shrine to Auriel for thousands of years. His testimony provides our only first-hand account of the Snow Elves' golden age and confirms the horrific truth of what the Dwemer did to his people. When the Dwemer vanished, they left behind more than empty cities. They left behind the Falmer, twisted and broken, but finally free. Yet freedom meant nothing to creatures who had forgotten what it meant to be free. The Falmer didn't reclaim their heritage or rebuild their civilization. Instead, they became something new and terrible, the haunters of the deep places, as cruel to surface dwellers as the world had been cruel to them. Today's Falmer have developed their own primitive culture in the ruins of their oppressors. They've tamed the native creatures of the deep, the Chorus whose chitin they wear as armor, the strange fungi they cultivate for food and poison. They've even developed a crude but effective combat style adapted to their blindness. But they are not the Snow Elves. That race died in the darkness of Dwemer halls, leaving only these twisted echoes behind. The tragedy of the Falmer serves as a warning that echoes through the ages. It shows us what happens when desperation meets calculated cruelty, when those with power choose to abuse it, not for gain, but for the simple demonstration that they can. The Dwemer proved they could unmake a race, reduce proud Myr to beasts through applied science and systematic oppression. They succeeded so completely that most people don't even realize the Falmer were once the Snow Elves. As we prepare to explore how the Dwemer's rejection of divinity shaped their worldview, remember this: a people who could look at their desperate cousins and see only an opportunity for experimentation were capable of anything. The Falmer transformation wasn't a side note in Dwemer history. It was a demonstration of their fundamental worldview. To the Dwemer, everything was subject to logic. Everything could be reshaped, and nothing, not even the suffering of an entire race, was sacred. The Falmer still haunt the deep places, bearing witness to the Dwemer's greatest cruelty. They attack any who enter their domain, and who can blame them? They were betrayed by those they trusted, transformed by those who should have protected them, and abandoned by gods who didn't intervene. Their existence is a scar on the world, a reminder that some sins echo through eternity, and perhaps that's the true horror of the Falmer bargain. It worked exactly as the Dwemer intended. They took a proud race and reduced it to exactly what they wanted: useful slaves who could never rise above their station, never threaten their masters, never be anything more than tools. The fact that those tools outlived their makers is history's bitter irony. In the darkness of Dwemer ruins, the Falmer wait. They don't remember what they were, but somewhere in their twisted souls, they remember that they were betrayed. And they hate. Oh, how they hate. Every surface dweller who falls to their poisoned arrows, every adventurer who dies in their territory, is a tiny revenge against a world that failed them so completely. The Dwemer's sin wasn't just in what they did. It was in proving it could be done. They showed that with enough knowledge, enough power, and enough cruelty, you could unmake a people. And that knowledge, that possibility, haunts Tamriel still. Because if it was done once, it could be done again. And next time, it might be your people who come begging for sanctuary, only to find that salvation comes at a price too terrible to pay. Imagine telling a Dwemer that you pray to the gods for guidance. Now imagine their response, a laugh like grinding gears, followed by a lecture on why you might as well ask a rock for wisdom. In a world where gods demonstrably exist, where Daedric princes regularly interfere in mortal affairs, where the Aedra's influence shapes reality itself, the Dwemer looked at divinity and said, "No, thank you. We'll figure it out ourselves." This wasn't skepticism. This was a complete rejection of the fundamental structure of existence as every other race understood it. But here's what's absolutely mind-bending about Dwemer atheism. They weren't denying the existence of gods. They knew Aedra and Daedra were real. They just didn't think they deserved worship. To the Dwemer, gods were simply another phenomenon to be studied, understood, and ultimately surpassed. It's a worldview so alien to Tamriel's other races that even explaining it requires us to completely rethink what religion means. We're diving into the philosophical framework that allowed the Dwemer to look at beings who could reshape reality with a thought and see not masters to serve, but problems to solve. We'll explore their concept of the Earthbones, their pursuit of tonal architecture as a means to reshape existence, and their ultimate ambition, creating their own god through pure logic and engineering. By the end, you'll understand why the Dwemer's philosophy wasn't just different. It was an existential threat to the very nature of divinity in Tamriel. Let's start with the foundation of Dwemer philosophy, the rejection of worship. While the Altmer sought perfection through breeding and magical practice to become closer to their gods, while the Dunmer transformed themselves through Daedric guidance, the Dwemer asked a simple question. Why? Why worship beings who were simply earlier participants in the cosmic drama? Why pray to entities who were bound by their own natures and limitations? Why seek divine intervention when mortal ingenuity could achieve the same results? This wasn't the angry atheism of those who felt abandoned by the gods. This was the cold, logical atheism of those who had examined divinity and found it wanting. The Dwemer viewed the Aedra as comatose participants in creation, their power spent in forming the world. The Daedra, for all their might, were bound by their spheres of influence, unable to truly create or change their fundamental natures. To the Dwemer, gods were powerful, but limited, immortal, but static, and anything with limitations could theoretically be surpassed. The Dwemer's understanding of reality centered on what they called the earth bones, the fundamental laws and structures that held existence together. While other races saw these as the dead gods who sacrificed themselves to create Mundus, the Dwemer saw them as mechanisms. Divine mechanisms, perhaps, but mechanisms nonetheless. And mechanisms could be understood. They could be manipulated. They could be improved upon. This led to their development of tonal architecture, which wasn't just a construction technique. It was a philosophy made manifest. The Dwemer believed that reality itself was built on sound, on vibration, on the fundamental tones that resonated through the earth bones. By understanding these tones, by learning to manipulate them, they could reshape reality as surely as any god. But where gods reshaped through will and divine power, the Dwemer would do it through knowledge and technique. Consider the implications of this worldview. Prayer becomes unnecessary when you can achieve the same effects through properly tuned resonance. Miracles become reproducible phenomena once you understand the underlying principles. Divine intervention becomes obsolete when mortal intervention, properly applied, can accomplish the same goals. The Dwemer weren't trying to become gods in the traditional sense. They were trying to make gods obsolete. Their texts, what few we can translate, reveal a systematic approach to understanding divinity. They studied the Aedra and Daedra not as objects of reverence, but as subjects of research. How did divine power manifest? What were its limitations? Could it be quantified, measured, replicated? One recovered fragment describes experiments in divine resonance capture, though what this means practically remains a mystery. The Dwemer's relationship with Daedric princes was particularly telling. While other races made pacts, offered worship, or sought to avoid their attention entirely, the Dwemer seemed to treat Daedra as curiosities at best, nuisances at worst. There are accounts of Dwemer scholars attempting to trap and study lesser Daedra to understand the principles of their manifestation. They showed no fear of divine retribution because, in their worldview, retribution was simply another force that could be understood and countered. This philosophical framework extended to their view of mortality and the afterlife. While other races concerned themselves with where their souls would go after death, the Dwemer focused on preventing death entirely through technology. Why worry about divine judgment when you could extend life indefinitely? Why prepare for an afterlife when you could perfect this life? Their animunculi, some theorize, might have been early attempts at achieving a form of mechanical immortality, but the ultimate expression of Dwemer philosophy was the Numidium, their attempt to create an artificial god. This wasn't hubris in the traditional sense. The Dwemer didn't want to create a god to worship. They wanted to prove that godhood was simply another state of being that could be achieved through proper application of knowledge and technology. The Numidium would be divinity stripped of mystery, godhood reduced to engineering principles. The concept alone was blasphemous to every other race in Tamriel. Gods were eternal, fundamental forces of existence. They weren't built in workshops or designed on drafting tables. Yet the Dwemer proceeded with their project with the same methodical approach they applied to everything else. They would build their god piece by piece, gear by gear, principle by principle. What's particularly fascinating is how the Dwemer's atheism isolated them even from other Mer. The Altmer might have been arrogant, but they at least shared a common religious framework with other races. The Dunmer might have been considered heretics for following the good Daedra, but they still operated within the accepted paradigm of divine worship. The Dwemer stood entirely outside this framework, making true understanding between them and other races almost impossible. Their philosophy created a society unlike any other in Tamriel. Without priests, they had engineers. Without temples, they had workshops. Without holy texts, they had technical manuals. Without prophets, they had theorists. Every aspect of society that other races built around divine worship, the Dwemer rebuilt around logic and knowledge. It was a complete reimagining of how civilization could function. The few diplomatic meetings between Dwemer and other races that we have records of often broke down over these fundamental differences. How do you negotiate with a race that sees your most sacred beliefs as quaint superstitions? How do you find common ground with people who view your gods as particularly interesting natural phenomena? The Dwemer's philosophy made them not just isolated but fundamentally alien to everyone else in Tamriel. Yet for all their rejection of divinity, the Dwemer seemed to understand divine power better than many who worshipped gods. Their machines channeled forces that priests couldn't comprehend. Their cities manipulated reality in ways that made temple miracles look like parlor tricks. They achieved through knowledge what others begged gods to grant them. In rejecting divine worship, they might have come closer to divine power than any mortal race before or since. The tragedy, or perhaps the warning, in Dwemer philosophy is that they succeeded too well. They proved that mortals could indeed challenge the fundamental structures of reality. They demonstrated that gods weren't necessary for civilization to thrive. They showed that with enough knowledge, enough determination, and enough disregard for traditional limitations, anything was possible. And then they vanished, leaving only questions about what happens when mortals reach too far. As we prepare to explore the conflicts that arose between Dwemer city-states, consider this. A race that rejected gods still needed something to believe in. For the Dwemer, that something was knowledge, progress, and the eventual perfection of their understanding. But knowledge without wisdom, progress without restraint, and understanding without humility led them down a path from which there was no return. Their philosophy stands as both an inspiration and a warning. Yes, mortals can achieve wonders without divine assistance. Yes, the fundamental forces of reality can be understood and manipulated. Yes, gods can be challenged and perhaps even surpassed. But at what cost? The empty ruins of the Dwemer suggest that some prices are too high to pay, some knowledge too dangerous to pursue, and some achievements too terrible to survive. In the end, the Dwemer's greatest philosophical statement might be their absence. They proved that mortals could reject gods, pursue knowledge without divine guidance, and reshape reality through pure logic. And then they proved that doing so might be the last mistake a civilization ever makes. Their empty cities stand as monuments to a philosophy that worked too well, reminding us that sometimes the gods we reject might be the only thing standing between us and the logical conclusions of our own ambitions. Picture this, a substance so powerful that it makes ebony look like common iron, so rare that most Dwemer never saw it in their lifetimes, so dangerous that those who worked with it often went mad from the exposure. Now imagine 4 Dwemer cities discovering they're sitting on the only known sources of this reality-bending material. What happens next isn't just war. It's the complete breakdown of the unity that made Dwemer civilization possible. The Ethereum Wars weren't just about resources. They were about what happens when even the most logical race in Tamriel lets greed override reason. But here's what makes this conflict absolutely tragic. The Dwemer had achieved something no other race managed: true unity across vast distances. From Skyrim to Morrowind to Hammerfell, they shared language, architecture, philosophy, and purpose. Then they discovered Ethereum, and in less than a generation, that unity shattered like glass against stone. The wars that followed would weaken them so badly that when their final crisis came, they faced it divided and diminished. We're delving into the discovery that changed everything, the alliance that couldn't hold, and the war that proved even the most logical beings in Tamriel could be undone by greed. We'll explore what Ethereum actually was, why it drove the Dwemer to civil war, and how the scars of that conflict might have contributed to their ultimate disappearance. By the end, you'll understand why sometimes the greatest discoveries are the ones better left unmade. The story begins deep beneath Skyrim, in veins of ore that shouldn't exist. Ethereum wasn't like other minerals. It didn't follow geological patterns. It didn't appear in predictable deposits. It was found in exactly 4 locations, as if reality itself had hidden caches of crystallized possibility in the deepest places of the world. The Dwemer who first discovered it reported symptoms that sound more like religious visions than mining surveys. Glimpses of other possibilities, echoes of choices unmade. The sensation of touching the fundamental code of existence itself. What made Ethereum so special? According to the few sources we have, it was matter that existed partially outside normal reality. It could store impossible amounts of energy. It could channel forces that had no names. When properly worked, it could create artifacts that bent the rules of what was possible. A crown that made its wearer's thoughts reality. A shield that existed in multiple places simultaneously. A staff that could unmake what it touched. The Dwemer had found the building blocks of miracles. The 4 cities that controlled Ethereum deposits, Arkanthams, Raldabthar, Msulft, and Betharzel, initially approached their discovery with typical Dwemer logic. They formed an alliance, agreeing to share resources and research. Together, they constructed the Ethereum Forge, perhaps the most advanced piece of Dwemer engineering ever created. This forge, hidden beneath Skyrim and accessible only to those who possessed the complete set of Ethereum shards, could shape the impossible mineral into artifacts of unimaginable power. For a brief, shining moment, it seemed like the Dwemer had achieved something even greater than their usual wonders. The 4 cities worked in harmony, sharing knowledge and resources. The artifacts they created during this period were so powerful that most have been lost or destroyed, deemed too dangerous for the modern world. The few that survive are treasured beyond measure, capable of feats that make Daedric artifacts look almost mundane. But here's where Dwemer logic failed them. They assumed that beings driven by reason would always choose cooperation over conflict. They believed that the benefits of sharing Ethereum would always outweigh the advantages of hoarding it. They were wrong. As the cities began to understand just how powerful Ethereum could be, as they realized that control of this substance could mean dominance over all other Dwemer settlements, the alliance began to crack. The breakdown started small. Btharzel began restricting access to their mines, claiming safety concerns. Mzulft started conducting secret research, pursuing applications they didn't share with their allies. Raldabthar increased security around their deposits, turning away researchers from other cities. Arkanthams, trying to hold the alliance together, found itself increasingly isolated as trust evaporated like steam in the deep halls. Then came the incident that shattered everything: the disappearance of an entire research team from Arkanthams in Raldabthar's territory. Raldabthar claimed they never arrived. Arkanthams presented evidence they had. Accusations flew. Demands for access to investigate were refused. What had been a partnership built on logic and mutual benefit transformed overnight into suspicion and paranoia. The war, when it came, was unlike anything Tamriel had seen. This wasn't the chaotic brutality of surface conflicts. This was war waged with the same methodical precision the Dwemer applied to everything. Animunculi armies clashed in the deep roads. Tonal architects turned their reality-shaping knowledge into weapons. The very stone of the earth became a battlefield as each city tried to literally undermine the others. What made the Ethereum Wars particularly devastating was that all sides possessed the same level of technology, the same understanding of tactics, the same types of weapons. Victory couldn't come through superior equipment or knowledge. It had to come through innovation, desperation, and the willingness to use increasingly terrible weapons. The Dwemer pushed their technology to its limits and beyond, creating machines of war that were never meant to exist. Btharzel fell first, its Ethereum mines collapsing in what survivors described as a resonance cascade. The city's own tonal defenses turned against it. The entire settlement simply ceased to exist as a habitable space, its population fleeing or dying as a reality itself became unstable within the city's bounds. The other 3 cities fought over the ruins, each claiming rights to the Ethereum deposits that might or might not still exist in that twisted space. The war escalated. Mzulft deployed what texts call temporal disruptors, weapons that age sections of enemy cities by centuries in seconds. Raldabthar responded with causal severing devices that removed the cause and effect relationship in localized areas, creating zones where actions had no consequences, and consequences occurred without actions. Arkanthams, desperate to end the conflict, began working on something called the Ethereum Dynamo, a device that would theoretically grant its possessor control over all Ethereum everywhere. The deep roads, once the pride of Dwemer civilization, became killing fields. The tunnel networks that had connected their empire became trap-filled nightmares where armies could disappear without trace. Trade stopped. Communication ceased. Each city became an isolated fortress, trusting no one, fighting everyone. The unity that had defined Dwemer civilization for millennia died in those dark tunnels. We don't know exactly how the war ended because, in a very real sense, it didn't. It simply stopped when the Dwemer vanished. Archaeological evidence suggests the conflict was still raging when whatever happened at Red Mountain occurred. 3 of the 4 cities were still functional but badly damaged. Thousands of Dwemer had died, the first major casualties their race had suffered since establishing their underground empire. More importantly, the trust and cooperation that had allowed them to achieve their greatest works was gone. The Ethereum Forge itself became a casualty of the war. The keys to its location, the Ethereum shards, were scattered and hidden, each city hoarding its piece to prevent any other from accessing the forge. The greatest tool for working with the most powerful substance the Dwemer had ever discovered was effectively lost, not through destruction, but through the simple inability of its creators to share. What's particularly tragic is that the Ethereum Wars accomplished nothing. No city gained dominance. No one controlled all the Ethereum, the substance that should have elevated Dwemer civilization to new heights, instead brought them low. They had discovered a material that could reshape reality, and they used it to destroy each other. Logic, their greatest strength, had failed them when they needed it most. The lessons of the Ethereum Wars echo through the ages. Here was proof that no race, no matter how logical or advanced, was immune to the corrupting influence of power. The Dwemer, who had rejected gods and overcome nature, were undone by simple greed. They who had built cities that defied physics couldn't build a peace that defied avarice. When the Dwemer vanished, they left behind the ruins of this conflict. Ethereum deposits, mostly exhausted. Cities scarred by weapons that shouldn't exist. The Ethereum Forge, locked away and forgotten until rediscovered millennia later. And most tellingly, they left behind the lesson that unity, once broken, might never be restored. As we prepare to explore the mysteries of Blackreach, consider this. The Dwemer faced their ultimate crisis, weakened and divided by the Ethereum Wars. Whatever happened at Red Mountain, they faced it not as the united civilization that had achieved wonders, but as fractured city-states that had spent their strength fighting each other. Perhaps if they had maintained their unity, if they had shared rather than hoarded, if they had chosen cooperation over conflict, the outcome might have been different. The Ethereum Wars stand as a warning written in ruins and regret. They show us that even the most advanced civilization can be brought low by the simplest failings. They prove that logic alone isn't enough to govern societies. Wisdom, trust, and the willingness to share are just as vital. And they demonstrate that sometimes the greatest discoveries are also the greatest curses. In the deep places where Ethereum once gleamed with impossible light, darkness now reigns. The substance that could have lifted the Dwemer to heights, undreamed instead, dragged them into conflicts that weakened them fatally. And perhaps that's the final irony of the Ethereum Wars. In fighting over the power to reshape reality, the Dwemer lost their grip on the reality they already had. The forge is cold now. The mines are empty. The cities that fought so bitterly for dominance are tombs. And Ethereum, that miraculous, terrible substance, remains what it always was, a promise of power that costs more than anyone can afford to pay. The Dwemer learned this lesson too late. The question is, will we learn from their mistake, or will we too be undone by the very discoveries we hope will save us? There are places in Tamriel that shouldn't exist. Places where the laws of nature seem more like suggestions, where reality gets thin and strange. But nothing, and I mean nothing, prepares you for Blackreach. Imagine descending through miles of Dwemer ruins, deeper than you thought the world went, only to emerge into a cavern so vast it has its own weather. A place where giant mushrooms glow with bioluminescent light, where creatures exist that have never known the sun, and where the Dwemer built wonders that make their surface ruins look like practice attempts. But here's what's truly unsettling about Blackreach. Even the Dwemer seemed afraid of parts of it. This race that reshaped reality, that rejected gods and enslaved the Falmer, built their cities in Blackreach with a caution that speaks volumes. There are sections they walled off, areas they marked with warnings we still can't fully translate, places where even their mechanical guardians refused to patrol. What did the deep folk find in the deepest places that gave them pause? We're descending into the impossible cavern that stretches beneath Skyrim like a hidden world. We'll explore the silent city that hangs in the darkness, the crimson nirnroot that grows nowhere else, and the mysteries that made even the Dwemer proceed with caution. By the time we're done, you'll understand why some scholars believe Blackreach isn't just a cave. It's a wound in the world that refuses to heal. Let's start with the sheer impossibility of Blackreach's existence. This isn't a normal cave system formed by water and time. The cavern is too large, too stable, too perfectly preserved. It stretches for miles beneath Skyrim, a hollow space that should have collapsed under the weight of the world above. Yet it stands, eternal and patient, as if the normal rules of geology simply don't apply here. The Dwemer didn't create Blackreach, that much is certain. They found it, already ancient when they first descended into its depths. What they discovered defied even their advanced understanding. Here was an ecosystem that had evolved in complete isolation from the surface world. Giant mushrooms that tower like trees, providing light through bioluminescence. Creatures adapted to eternal darkness. Plants that grow without sunlight. An entire world hidden beneath the world. The Silent City stands as the Dwemer's greatest achievement in Blackreach, though stands might be the wrong word. The city hangs suspended in the vast darkness, connected to the cavern walls by bridges that look too delicate to support such massive structures. No chains hold it up, no pillars support it from below. It simply exists there, defying gravity through principles we don't understand. What's particularly unnerving about the Silent City is that it's silent in a way that goes beyond the absence of sound. Explorers report that sounds they make seem to be absorbed, dampened, as if the city itself is listening. The usual hum of Dwemer machinery is absent. Even the ever-present mechanical guardians move without their characteristic clanking and whirring. It's as if the city exists in a bubble of enforced quiet, though for what purpose, we can only guess. The architecture of the Silent City differs subtly from other Dwemer constructions. The angles are wrong in ways that make your eyes water if you stare too long. The proportions follow mathematical principles that shouldn't work, but do. Some scholars believe the city was built according to knowledge the Dwemer gained from studying Blackreach itself, that they learned something in the depths that changed how they understood space and structure. But the Dwemer weren't the only ones to build in Blackreach. Throughout the cavern, there are structures that predate even the deep folk. Towers of unknown origin rise from the darkness, made from stone that doesn't match any geological samples from Tamriel. These structures show no signs of habitation, no indication of their purpose. They simply stand, ancient and alien, proof that someone or something else knew of Blackreach long before the Dwemer arrived. The crimson nirnroot that grows in Blackreach has puzzled alchemists for generations. This variant of the rare plant exists nowhere else in Tamriel. Its deep red glow a stark contrast to the normal blue-white luminescence of surface nirnroot. But it's not just the color that's different. Crimson Nirnroot has properties that shouldn't be possible, alchemical effects that violate the normal rules of ingredient combination. It's as if the plant absorbed something from Blackreach itself, becoming more than just a simple flora. The Dwemer's research into Crimson Nirnroot, from what fragments we can translate, suggests they believed the plant was important beyond its alchemical properties. References to resonance absorption and planar seepage hint that they thought the Crimson Nirnroot was absorbing or reflecting something fundamental about Blackreach's nature. Some expeditions reported finding cultivation chambers where the Dwemer were growing vast quantities of the plant, though for what purpose remains unknown. The fauna of Blackreach tells its own disturbing story. The creatures here aren't just adapted to darkness, they're adapted to something else, something harder to define. The Falmer here are different from those in other ruins, more organized, more purposeful, as if proximity to whatever Blackreach is has affected them. The Chorus are larger, their chitin showing patterns that hurt to look at directly. Even the mechanical servants show variations, modifications that seem designed to help them function in Blackreach's strange environment. But it's what lives in the deepest parts of Blackreach that truly terrified the Dwemer. Their texts mention something they called the Volthurial, which translates roughly to Dark Overlord Fire. References to this entity are always accompanied by warnings, by instructions to avoid certain areas, by what can only be described as fear. The Dwemer, who challenged gods and reshaped reality, were afraid of something in Blackreach. Modern explorers have reported encountering something matching the Volthurial's description, a dragon, ancient beyond measure, that dwells in Blackreach's depths. But this raises more questions than it answers. How did a dragon come to be in Blackreach? How long has it been there? And most disturbingly, what has dwelling in that strange place done to it? Those who have encountered Volthurial and lived report that it seems wrong somehow, as if Blackreach has changed it in fundamental ways. The Dwemer's activities in Blackreach seem to have focused on research rather than habitation. Despite the silent city's size, it shows few signs of being a major population center. Instead, it appears to have been a massive research facility, dedicated to studying Blackreach itself. Laboratories filled with incomprehensible equipment, observation posts positioned to watch parts of the cavern we can't access, containment facilities for specimens that, thankfully, are no longer present. One of the most disturbing discoveries in Blackreach is the presence of what can only be called thin places, areas where reality seems less stable. The Dwemer mark these locations with warnings, built barriers around them, and in some cases seem to have abandoned entire sections of their cities, rather than deal with whatever these thin places represented. Modern explorers who've ventured too close report experiencing temporal displacement, seeing things that aren't there, and in extreme cases, briefly existing in two places at once. The Dwemer's maps of Blackreach, those we've managed to partially translate, show the cavern extending far beyond the areas we can access. They marked regions with symbols that translators can only interpret as warnings of the highest order. Whatever lies in those unreachable depths, the Dwemer decided it was better left alone. For a race that feared nothing, that's perhaps the most frightening discovery of all. As we prepare to explore the Dwemer's language and its reality-shaping properties, consider this. Blackreach might not be just a place. Some scholars theorize it's a symptom, a visible sign of something fundamentally wrong with the structure of reality in that region. The Dwemer built there not just to hide or to mine, but to study something that defied their understanding. And perhaps in the end, what they learned in Blackreach contributed to their disappearance. The cavern remains, patient and eternal, its mysteries intact despite centuries of exploration. The silent city hangs in its darkness, waiting for someone to understand its purpose. The Crimson Nirnroot grows, absorbing whatever strange energies permeate that place. And in the depths, things the Dwemer feared still dwell, undisturbed by the passage of time. Blackreach isn't just a location, it's a question. a question about the nature of reality, about what lies beneath the world we know, about what happens when you dig too deep and find things that were meant to stay buried. The Dwemer found some answers in that impossible cavern, and perhaps those answers are why they're no longer here to share them with us. For now, Blackreach keeps its secrets, glowing softly in the eternal dark, a jewel that might be beautiful or might be malignant. We simply don't know. What we do know is that even the Dwemer, masters of the deep places, treated Blackreach with a respect that bordered on fear. And if it could give them pause, perhaps we should question whether its mysteries are worth pursuing, or whether some jewels are better left unexamined in the darkness where they belong. Listen carefully to the silence in a Dwemer-ruin. Beneath the hum of machinery, beyond the hiss of steam, there's something else. A resonance that seems to come from the very stones themselves. Now imagine that this isn't just sound, but language. Not language as we understand it, with words conveying meaning, but language as a fundamental force that shapes reality itself. The Dwemer didn't just speak about the world, they spoke to the world, and it listened. But here's what's genuinely terrifying about Dwemer language. We can't truly translate it. Oh, we have dictionaries, lexicons, decades of scholarship. We can puzzle out basic meanings, understand simple concepts. But the deeper we go into their texts, the more we realize we're not just dealing with a different language, we're dealing with a different way of understanding existence itself. Words that change meaning based on the harmonic frequency they're spoken at. Sentences that describe concepts our minds literally cannot process. We're exploring the linguistic legacy of the deep folk, from their tonal architecture that built cities with sound, to the lexicons that still baffle our greatest scholars, to the books that crumble to dust when read aloud. By the end, you'll understand why some knowledge resists being known, and why the Dwemer's greatest secrets might be locked away not in vaults or ruins, but in a language that reality itself seems reluctant to let us understand. Let's start with what makes Dwemer language fundamentally different from every other tongue in Tamriel. While most languages evolved to help people communicate with each other, Dwemer language seems to have evolved to help people communicate with reality itself. It's not just descriptive, it's prescriptive. When a Dwemer architect described a building in their language, they weren't just explaining what it looked like, they were explaining what it should be, and reality would conform. This is the principle behind tonal architecture, but it goes far deeper than just construction. The Dwemer language includes what scholars call causal modifiers, words that don't just describe cause and effect, but can actually alter the relationship between them. Imagine being able to say the hammer struck the metal in a way that changes what happens when hammer meets metal. Not through magic, but through the fundamental structure of the language itself. The written form of Dwemer language presents its own mysteries. The script uses symbols that seem to shift meaning based on context, position, and even the material they're written on. A phrase carved in stone might mean something entirely different when etched in metal. Some symbols appear to be three-dimensional, requiring readers to understand not just their shape, but their depth and orientation. It's a writing system that assumes the reader can perceive in ways that most of us simply can't. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of written Dwemer is what happens to their books. Scholars have recovered numerous Dwemer texts, but many of them exhibit a terrifying property. They deteriorate when read, not from age or handling, but from the act of comprehension itself, as if the knowledge contained within them is too heavy for physical matter to bear once it's been understood. Some texts have crumbled to dust in scholars' hands the moment they grasp the meaning of a crucial passage. The lexicons represent the Dwemer's attempt to create translation tools, but even these are barely comprehensible to us. These aren't simple dictionaries. They're complex devices that seem to translate not just words, but concepts, frequencies, and something scholars can only describe as intentionality. Using a lexicon isn't just about understanding Dwemer language. It's about temporarily thinking like a Dwemer, with all the dangers that implies. Calcelmo's stone in Markarth represents one of our few successful attempts to create a comprehensive translation guide, but even this triumph comes with caveats. The translations work, but they're incomplete. It's like having a dictionary that only includes nouns, missing all the words that make language actually function. We can identify objects, understand basic concepts, but the deeper meanings, the ones that would let us truly understand Dwemer thought, remain frustratingly out of reach. The spoken form of Dwemer language is where things become truly alien. From what we can gather, pitch, tone, and harmonic frequency weren't just important. They were integral to meaning. The same word spoken at different frequencies could mean entirely different things. Some concepts required multiple speakers harmonizing to express. Others needed specific acoustic environments to be properly articulated. It wasn't just a language, it was a performance that required perfect precision. This is why Dwemer-ruins have such specific acoustic properties. Those chambers that amplify sound in strange ways. They're not flawed. They're designed to allow certain concepts to be spoken. The resonance chambers found in many ruins weren't just for ceremonies or music. They were essentially linguistic laboratories where the Dwemer could speak ideas that couldn't be expressed in normal acoustic space. The mathematical nature of Dwemer language is perhaps its most defining characteristic. Where most languages evolved organically, developing irregularities and exceptions over time, Dwemer appears to have been constructed according to strict mathematical principles. Every word, every grammatical structure, every possible sentence follows logical rules that would make even the most rigid imperial grammarian weep with envy or frustration. But this mathematical precision came with a cost. Dwemer language struggles with ambiguity, metaphor, and the fluid nature of meaning that makes other languages so adaptable. Poetry in Dwemer isn't just difficult, it might be impossible. The language resists any use that isn't precisely defined, logically consistent, and harmonically balanced. It's a language built for engineers and scientists, not artists or dreamers. The relationship between Dwemer language and the Thu'um is a subject of intense scholarly debate. Both use sound to shape reality, but where the Thu'um draws on the mythic power of dragons and the divine nature of Akatosh, Dwemer tonal manipulation seems purely mechanical. It's the difference between commanding reality and convincing it. The Thu'um says, "Be this way," with divine authority. Dwemer language says, "It would be logical for you to be this way." And reality, somehow, agrees. Recent discoveries have revealed what might be the most unsettling aspect of Dwemer language. It might still be active. Explorers in the deepest ruins report hearing whispers that follow Dwemer linguistic patterns. Not ghosts or echoes, but the language itself, still resonating through the stones. Some theorize that the Dwemer embedded their language so deeply into their architecture that it continues to speak even without speakers. The few attempts to fully reconstruct spoken Dwemer have ended badly. Scholars who've tried to pronounce certain phrases with the proper tonal qualities report experiencing severe disorientation, temporal displacement, and in one well-documented case, a researcher who insisted for weeks afterward that he could see the mathematical foundations of reality. The College of Winterhold has banned unsupervised attempts to speak reconstructed Dwemer, though this hasn't stopped the truly dedicated, or truly foolish, from trying. What's particularly fascinating is that Dwemer language seems to have no words for certain concepts that every other language takes for granted. There's no word for worship, no term for faith, no way to express divine mystery. But they had dozens of words for concepts we can't even understand, types of causality that don't exist in our experience, states of being that require mathematical education to comprehend, relationships between objects that our minds classify as impossible. As we prepare to explore the Dwemer's interactions with surface races, consider this. Their language wasn't just a barrier to communication. It was a fundamental difference in how they understood existence. When a Dwemer spoke to a Chimer or a Nord, they weren't just speaking different languages. They were operating from entirely different conceptions of what language was, what it could do, and what it was for. The Dwemer language stands as perhaps their most lasting and impenetrable legacy. In their ruins, we find machines we can operate, if not understand. In their cities, we discover principles of engineering we can observe, if not replicate. But in their language, we encounter a way of thinking so alien that even partial understanding risks changing how we perceive reality itself. And perhaps that's the true horror of Dwemer language. It's not dead, it's waiting. In every untranslated text, in every partially understood lexicon, in every resonance chamber that still hums with potential, the language of the deep folk persists. It offers knowledge, understanding, power, but at the cost of thinking in ways that human and mer minds might not be equipped to handle. The words of creation are still there, carved in stone, etched in metal, resonating through the deep places. They promise answers to questions we're only beginning to ask, but they also serve as a warning. The Dwemer achieved wonders with their language, reshaped reality with their words, built a civilization on pure logic and mathematical precision, and then they spoke or wrote or thought something that made them vanish entirely. In the silence of their ruins, their language waits, patient, logical, terrifying in its implications, ready to share its secrets with anyone brave enough or foolish enough to truly listen. But remember, the Dwemer understood their language perfectly, and look what happened to them. Perhaps some words are better left unspoken, some concepts better left unthought, and some languages better left dead in the darkness where they belong. Picture the first meeting between a Dwemer merchant and a Nordic trader. One speaks in mathematical proofs and harmonic frequencies, the other in boasts of battle and honor. One offers devices that measure the weight of sound, the other brings furs and mead. It's a miracle they managed to trade at all. Yet somehow for centuries they did. The relationship between the deep folk and the surface races is a story of impossible bridges built across chasms of understanding, and how those bridges, one by one, were burned. But here's what's fascinating about Dwemer surface relations. They didn't need the surface world. They had water, food, materials, everything required for civilization in their deep halls. Every interaction with the surface was a choice, not a necessity. So why did they bother? What drove the most self-sufficient race in Tamriel to maintain trading posts, establish diplomatic contacts, and even form military alliances with people they saw as philosophically primitive? We're exploring the complex web of relationships between the Dwemer and their surface neighbors, from the early trading posts that introduced impossible technologies to bewildered Nords, to the uneasy alliance with the Chimer that would define the fate of Morrowind, to the gradual withdrawal that saw the deep folk retreat ever further from a world they never quite belonged to. By the end, you'll understand why the Dwemer's greatest mystery might not be why they vanished, but why they ever engaged with the surface at all. Let's start with the Nordic encounters, because they're both the most documented and the most revealing. When the Nords first arrived in Skyrim, they found Dwemer trading posts already established at strategic mountain passes. These weren't hidden or defended. The Dwemer seemed utterly unconcerned about surface threats. The posts were staffed by what the Nords called the speaking machines, which we now understand were probably Dwemer in full armor, their faces hidden behind masks that made them seem inhuman. The early trade was limited but significant. The Dwemer offered metal tools that never dulled, mechanical toys that fascinated Nordic children, and occasionally more significant devices, water purifiers, heating elements, things that made harsh Nordic life easier. In exchange, they accepted surface goods they couldn't produce underground. certain alchemical ingredients, specific wood types, and, curiously, books. The Dwemer seemed endlessly fascinated by surface literature, though whether for study or amusement, we can't say. But these interactions were always strained. Nordic sagas describe Dwemer traders as cold as their metal, speaking in riddles and numbers. The Dwemer, for their part, left records describing Nordic traders as barely coherent, obsessed with irrelevant genealogies, useful primarily as sources of surface biological samples. It's a wonder any trade happened at all, yet it continued for generations. The relationship with the Chimer in what would become Morrowind was far more complex. Here were two Mer races, cousins in blood but opposites in philosophy. The Chimer had rejected Altmeri perfection in favor of Daedric wisdom. The Dwemer had rejected divinity entirely in favor of logic. Yet somehow, these two utterly different peoples managed not just to coexist, but to form one of the most significant alliances in Tamriel's history. The early Chimere-Dwemer interactions were marked by mutual bewilderment. Chimer records describe their first diplomatic missions to Dwemer cities as exercises in frustration. The Dwemer refused to acknowledge Chimer ancestors, showed no respect for Daedric shrines, and seemed personally offended by any mention of prophecy or divine will. The Chimer, meanwhile, couldn't understand a people who saw no beauty in twilight, found no wisdom in dreams, and built shrines to nothing but knowledge itself. Yet trade flourished. The Dwemer needed access to surface volcanic activity for some of their deeper researches. The Chimer needed Dwemer expertise to survive in Morrowind's harsher regions. Gradually, a working relationship developed. Dwemer engineers helped Chimer settlements survive. Chimer scouts helped Dwemer expeditions navigate surface dangers. It wasn't friendship, but it was functional. The Dwemer approach to the Altmer is particularly revealing. Here was the race that claimed to be closest to the divine ancestors, the most magically sophisticated people in Tamriel. The Dwemer response: complete disinterest. Altmeri ambassadors who visited Dwemer cities reported being received politely but dismissively, as if the Dwemer saw nothing in Altmeri achievement worth emulating or even acknowledging. To a race as proud as the Altmer, this indifference was more insulting than any direct challenge. With the Bosmer and Khajiit, the Dwemer had minimal contact, seeing little value in engaging with races so tied to natural cycles and divine intervention. The Argonians they seemed to view as an interesting biological puzzle, but not a civilization worth engaging with. The Orcs, still cursed and scattered, weren't yet a significant enough force to warrant Dwemer attention, and the various human races beyond the Nords were simply too distant and too primitive to matter. But it's the Dwemer's surface observatories that raise the most questions. If they cared nothing for the stars or divine movements, why build structures specifically designed to watch the surface world? These observatories, found throughout their territory, weren't watching the heavens. They were watching the lands around them, monitoring, recording, waiting for something, though what, we can only guess. The gradual Dwemer withdrawal from surface contact is one of history's slow-motion mysteries. It didn't happen all at once. Over centuries, trading posts closed, diplomatic missions ceased, surface entrances to their cities were sealed. By the time of the War of the First Council, most surface races had had no meaningful contact with the Dwemer for generations. They had become myths in their own lifetime. What caused this withdrawal? The obvious answer is the increasing tensions over their atheism and their treatment of the Falmer. But there might be more to it. Dwemer records from this period, what few we can translate, speak of surface contamination and theological infection. Some scholars believe the Dwemer became concerned that extended contact with God-fearing races might somehow compromise their purely logical worldview. There's also evidence that the Dwemer were preparing for something. The withdrawal coincides with increased activity in their deepest cities, massive construction projects that seem to have required every available resource. It's as if they decided that whatever they were working on was more important than maintaining surface relations. The outside world became a distraction from their true purpose. The few surface races who maintained contact with the Dwemer until near the end paint a picture of increasing urgency and secrecy. Dunmer traders speak of being turned away from cities they'd visited for decades. Nordic scouts report Dwemer patrols sealing entrances with a determination that suggested they never intended to use them again. Even their Chimera allies found themselves increasingly shut out, their questions met with silence or incomprehensible technical explanations. The irony is that the Dwemer's surface relations, limited as they were, might have been their salvation. If they had maintained stronger ties, if they had shared their knowledge more freely, if they had seen the surface races as partners rather than curiosities, perhaps the events at Red Mountain might have unfolded differently. But isolation was built into their worldview. How could they truly connect with races who based their entire existence on concepts the Dwemer rejected? As we prepare to explore the War of the First Council, consider this. The Dwemer's relationship with the surface world was always conditional, always limited, always on their terms. They engaged when it suited them and withdrew when it didn't. They offered trade but never trust, knowledge but never wisdom, alliance but never friendship. They remained forever apart, forever other, forever deep. And perhaps that's the real tragedy of Dwemer surface relations. Not that they ended, but that they never truly began. Two worldviews, one based on faith and tradition, the other on logic and innovation, circled each other for millennia without ever really touching. The surface races saw the Dwemer as useful but alien. The Dwemer saw the surface races as interesting but irrelevant. Neither side ever bridged the fundamental gap between them. In the end, the Dwemer retreated to their deep halls, sealed their doors, and pursued their great work alone. The surface world moved on, treating them as myths even before they vanished. And when the deep folk disappeared, the surface races found themselves mourning not the loss of friends or allies, but the loss of possibilities never explored, connections never made, and knowledge that might have saved everyone if it had only been shared. The Dwemer's legacy on the surface isn't just in the ruins adventurers plunder or the artifacts scholars study. It's in the fundamental question their isolation poses. What do we lose when we decide we have nothing to learn from those who think differently than us? The deep folk found out. They vanished into whatever fate their isolation and certainty led them to, leaving the surface world to wonder what might have been, if they had only tried a little harder to understand those strange, frustrating, fascinating people who spoke in numbers and built their homes in the bones of the earth. So, we've journeyed through the impossibly deep cities of the Dwemer and marveled at the thinking machines that still patrol their silent halls. We've even touched upon the chilling philosophical chasm that separated them from all other races. But as with all great stories, even the most isolated civilizations eventually find themselves tangled in the threads of destiny. And for the Dwemer, that entanglement led to a conflict that would ultimately reshape an entire continent and culminate in their astonishing disappearance, the War of the First Council. Imagine the lands of Morrowind, or Resdain as it was known then, a place of ash and fire, but also of budding civilizations. For centuries, two great elven peoples inhabited this land. The Chimera, followers of the prophet Veloth, who sought transformation and worshipped the Daedra, and the Dwemer, the deep folk, who built their rational empire beneath the earth. Now, you might expect these two vastly different cultures, one driven by faith and the other by pure logic, to be in constant conflict, and for a time, they were. But here's where it gets truly mind-bending. They actually formed an alliance. An unlikely, even paradoxical alliance against a common threat. That threat, the Nords. Remember those early brutal encounters we talked about? Well, the Nords, fueled by their dragon cult and a relentless expansionist drive, were pouring into Restane, threatening to overrun both elven cultures. It was a classic enemy of my enemy situation. And so, the Chimer, led by their revered war leader, Lord Indoril Nerevar, found common cause with the Dwemer, whose king, Dumak Dwarf King, was a close personal friend to Nerevar. For a while, this alliance was a force to be reckoned with. Together, they pushed back the Nords, securing the borders of Resdain and ushering in an unprecedented era of peace and shared prosperity between the two Merish races. It was a golden age, a testament to what could be achieved when even the most disparate peoples put aside their differences. But here's what's genuinely terrifying about such alliances. They often contain the seeds of their own destruction. And for the Chimer and Dwemer, that seed lay buried deep, pulsing with dark power, the heart of Lorkhan. What's particularly maddening is that the Dwemer had known about this sacred cosmic artifact for centuries. Deep beneath Red Mountain, the volcanic heart of Morrowind, they had been studying it, dissecting it, seeking to understand its unimaginable power. For the Chimer, the heart of Lorkhan was a holy relic, the divine spark of a deceased god, a thing of immense spiritual significance. For the Dwemer, it was simply the most potent power source ever discovered, a phenomenon to be analyzed and ultimately harnessed. And that, my friends, was the fundamental difference that would tear their world apart. The discovery of the Dwemer's plans for the heart of Lorkhan, presumably by Nerevar himself or his closest advisors, changed everything. The Dwemer, led by their chief tonal architect, Kagrenac, were not merely studying the heart, they were preparing to use it. The darkest theories suggest they were aiming to build a new god, a construct of pure logic, free from the chaotic whims of divine entities. This was an affront to everything the Chimer believed, a blasphemy that threatened the very fabric of their existence and their relationship with the Daedra. This wasn't just a disagreement. This was an existential crisis. The friendship between Nerevar and Dumak, once the bedrock of their alliance, shattered under the weight of this revelation. The Chimer viewed the Dwemer's ambition as ultimate hubris, a defiance of the divine order that could bring catastrophe upon them all. The Dwemer, ever rational, likely saw the Chimer's outrage as irrational superstition, an obstacle to their ultimate scientific triumph. And so, the lines were drawn. Allies became enemies, the peace fractured, and the lands of Resdain plunged into the brutal final conflict known as the War of the First Council. The decisive clash took place at Red Mountain. It wasn't just a battle, it was the climax of two opposing philosophies colliding. On one side, the Chimer, fighting for faith and cosmic balance, armed with swords and magic. On the other, the Dwemer, fighting for knowledge and ultimate mastery, wielding their arcane technology and legions of silent, tireless automatons. The war was fierce, bloody, and devastating. Nerevar's forces, bolstered by the Daedric Prince's guidance, fought their way to the Heart Chamber itself, where Kagrenac and his tools, Sunder, Keening, and Wraithguard, were poised to unleash their ultimate ambition. The specific events in the Heart Chamber are shrouded in conflicting accounts and later revisions, leaving us with a patchwork of truths and desperate justifications. But what is universally agreed upon is that the battle at Red Mountain was the moment of truth for the Dwemer. They pushed their ambition too far, reached for a power that was never meant for mortals, and in doing so, they triggered a cataclysm that would echo through history. Let the impossibility of it settle into your bones. Because once you truly understand what the Dwemer sought to achieve, you'll realize why their empty cities remain as monuments to a terrifying aspiration. Next, we'll plunge into the heart of that ambition, examining Kagrenac's tools and his vision to forge a god of his own. Get ready, because the ultimate Dwemer project defies even the wildest fantasies of other races, and its failure led to the greatest mystery of them all. We just left the bloody fields of Red Mountain, where the War of the First Council reached its devastating climax. The fragile alliance between the Chimer and the Dwemer had shattered, not over land or power, but over a profound philosophical divide centered on one cosmic artifact, the heart of Lorkhan. But the story doesn't end with a battle. It escalates to an act of ambition so audacious, so utterly unprecedented, that it still sends shivers down the spines of scholars. We're talking about the vision of one Dwemer, a genius whose name is synonymous with both brilliance and catastrophe. Chief Tonal Architect, Kagrenac. Kagrenac wasn't just an engineer, he was the pinnacle of Dwemer intellect, the one who truly understood the deepest secrets of tonal architecture and the Earthbones. His very title, Chief Tonal Architect, speaks volumes. He didn't just design buildings, he designed the very fabric of reality through sound. His vision, however, was something far grander than building cities or creating automatons. The Dwemer did something far more ambitious and frankly unsettling. Kagrenac sought to transcend the very concept of divinity. He looked at the heart of Lorkhan not as a holy relic or a divine spark, but as the ultimate power source, a raw, pulsating engine of creation waiting to be tapped. His goal was to harness this power to forge a new god, a mechanical deity, a being of pure logic and brass that would elevate the Dwemer beyond mortal limitations, perhaps even beyond the need for existence itself. This wasn't about worship. It was about becoming. It makes you wonder if they ever considered just building a very large, very efficient tea-making machine instead. To achieve this monumental feat, Kagrenac designed and crafted 3 legendary artifacts, tools that would allow a mortal hand to interact directly with the heart of Lorkhan without being instantly annihilated. These were Sunder, a hammer designed to strike the heart and resonate with its divine power; Keening, a blade that could cut and focus the heart's energy; and Wraithguard, a gauntlet that protected the wielder from the heart's overwhelming divine backlash. Here's what's genuinely terrifying about these tools. They weren't mere magical implements. They were precision instruments, designed with an understanding of cosmic mechanics that makes even the most advanced modern enchantments look like children's toys. They shouldn't work, not in the hands of mortals, not with the heart of a god. Yet they did. Sunder, a massive, ornate hammer, was meant to deliver the precise tonal shock necessary to activate the heart. Keening, a slender, wickedly sharp blade, was designed to channel and refine the heart's raw energy, perhaps even to sculpt reality itself. And Wraithguard, the gauntlet, was the critical failsafe, the only thing preventing the wielder from being utterly unmade by the sheer, unfiltered power of a dead god's heart. The craftsmanship was beyond anything seen before or since, each tool humming with an internal logic, a testament to the Dwemer's ability to turn the impossible into mere engineering. The heart of Lorkhan itself was the central component of Kagrenac's grand design. This wasn't some abstract concept. It was the actual, physical heart of the dead god Lorkhan, whose divine spark had created Nirn itself. It pulsed with raw, untamed creation energy, a power that could reshape reality with a mere thought, or, in Kagrenac's case, with a perfectly calibrated strike. Imagine a pulsating, ethereal organ, radiating a power that felt both ancient and utterly alien, a power that could sing the world into being or unmake it in an instant. What's particularly maddening is that the Dwemer had been studying this heart for centuries, building their great city of Kagrenac's foundry directly around it. They had observed its rhythms, measured its output, and meticulously planned how to integrate its power into their ultimate creation. They saw divinity not as something to be revered, but as a resource, a battery waiting to be plugged in. It's the ultimate expression of their philosophical arrogance, treaty, and the very essence of creation as a scientific problem to be solved. The ultimate payout of Kagrenac's ambition was the creation of the Numidium. This wasn't a god born of faith or prayer, but a god forged from logic, from brass, from the very principles of tonal architecture. Imagine a colossal golden automaton, a walking tower of divine power, designed to impose the Dwemer's will upon reality itself. Its purpose was to enforce the Dwemer's rational worldview upon the very cosmos, to make the universe conform to their logic, to eliminate the messy, unpredictable influence of gods and magic. The darkest theories suggest they intended to use it to achieve chim, a state of enlightened self-awareness that allows one to perceive the dream of existence without dissolving into it, effectively becoming a living god. Or perhaps to erase the very concept of gods from the universe, leaving only the Dwemer and their perfectly ordered reality. It was the ultimate expression of their atheistic philosophy. If gods exist, we can build a better one, or perhaps simply unmake the need for them. Of course, such a project, touching upon the very essence of creation and divinity, did not go unnoticed. The warnings ignored in pursuit of transcendence were plentiful. The Chimera, guided by their Daedric patrons, saw the horrific implications. They understood that Kagrenac's ambition wasn't just blasphemy. It was a cosmic gamble that could unravel existence itself. Prophecies of doom and destruction were uttered, but the Dwemer, with their unwavering belief in their own intellectual supremacy, simply dismissed them as irrational fears. They believed they could control the uncontrollable, that their logic was superior to any divine wrath or cosmic consequence. The War of the First Council, as we just discussed, was their desperate attempt to stop it, but the Dwemer, blinded by their rational certainty and their unwavering belief in their own intellectual supremacy, pressed onward. They were so convinced of their own genius, they simply couldn't conceive of a scenario where their calculations might be flawed. The most disturbing theory about their ultimate fate is that they succeeded, just not in a way anyone could have predicted or survived. Let the impossibility of it settle into your bones. Because once you truly understand what the Dwemer sought to achieve with Kagrenac's tools and the heart of Lorkhan, you'll realize why their empty cities remain as monuments to a terrifying aspiration that literally tried to rewrite the universe. Next, we arrive at the pivotal, horrifying moment, the very instant the Dwemer vanished. We'll sift through the few fragmented accounts of the moment of disappearance, piecing together what we know and what we can only guess about that single, reality-shattering blink. We've just explored the terrifying ambition of Chief Tonal Architect Kagrenac and his audacious plan to forge a god from the heart of Lorkhan itself. The War of the First Council had raged, culminating in the desperate, bloody struggle at Red Mountain, a conflict born from a clash of faith versus logic. Now, we arrive at the very precipice of history, the single reality-shattering instant that would forever define the Dwemer, not by what they built, but by what they became, or rather, what they ceased to be. This is the moment of disappearance, and what we know about it is as chillingly sparse as the empty halls they left behind. Imagine the chaos, the deafening clang of metal on metal, the crackle of chimera magic, and the rhythmic, unsettling hum of Dwemer machinery echoing through the heart chamber beneath Red Mountain. Lord Indril Nerevar, leading his chimera forces, had finally breached the inner sanctum, determined to stop Kagrenac's blasphemous experiment. The air would have been thick with ash, steam, and the raw, unbridled power of a dead god's heart. This was the climax, the absolute peak of the War of the First Council, a confrontation that had been building for centuries. Nerevar and his companions, including the future tribunal, Almalexia, Sothasil, and Vivek, faced Kagrenac, who stood poised with Sunda, Keening, and Wraithguard, ready to strike the ultimate blow against the heart of Lorcan. Kagrenac, ever the pragmatist, was not one for dramatic pronouncements. He was a scientist, a visionary, convinced of his calculations. His final experiment was not a plea for power, but a precise, calculated act. He believed he was on the verge of elevating his entire race, of achieving a form of transcendence that would make them immune to the whims of gods and the vagaries of mortal existence. The darkest theories suggest they were aiming to achieve a collective form of Chim, a state of cosmic awareness that allows one to reshape reality with a thought, or perhaps to simply step outside of it entirely. What's particularly maddening is that we don't know the exact sequence of events, only the outcome. Did Kagrenac strike the heart with Sunda? Did he use Keening to channel its power? Was Wraithguard truly sufficient to protect him and his people from the backlash of such an act? All we know is that in that precise moment, as the Chimera forces closed in, Kagrenac initiated his final world-altering experiment, and then, in an instant, they were gone. Not a flash of light, not a mighty explosion, not even a whisper, just absence. The instant vanishing of the Dwemer is the most perplexing historical event in Tamriel. One moment, they were there, a thriving, technologically advanced civilization, locked in battle. The next, every single Dwemer, from the highest tonal architect to the lowliest Dwemer worker, simply ceased to exist. No bodies, no ash, no trace. Their armor, their tools, even the clothes on their backs vanished with them. Only their automatons, their buildings, and the artifacts they had created were left behind, still humming with the echoes of their maker's presence. It's as if the universe itself collectively decided to hit the delete button on an entire race. You'd think such a thing would leave a bit of a mess, wouldn't you? Perhaps a faint smell of ozone, or a lingering sense of cosmic awkwardness. But no, just gone. The few witnesses who survived the Battle of Red Mountain offered fragmented, often contradictory accounts, colored by terror and the sheer incomprehensibility of what they had seen. Chimera soldiers, fighting Dwemer automatons one moment, found themselves facing empty suits of armor the next. Nerevar himself, along with Almalexia, Sothasil, and Vivek, were present in or near the heart chamber. Their testimonies, later enshrined in various religious texts, speak of a sudden, profound silence, an abrupt cessation of all Dwemer activity, followed by the terrifying realization that their foes had simply evaporated. Some spoke of a blinding light, others of a deafening silence. What's particularly maddening is the lack of consistent detail, suggesting the event was so utterly beyond human or marish comprehension that their minds struggled to process it. It was less an event and more a hole torn in reality. The immediate aftermath was a scene of profound confusion, rapidly descending into chaos. The Chimera, victorious but bewildered, found themselves in a silent, still functioning Dwemer city, now eerily empty. The automatons, left without masters, continued their programmed patrols, their brass forms marching through deserted halls, an eternal vigil for a people who would never return. The silence that followed the cacophony of battle must have been deafening, punctuated only by the hum of the machines and the bewildered shouts of the surviving Chimera. It was a victory, certainly, but one tainted by an unsettling mystery. What had they truly won? And at what cost? The heart of Lorcan, now exposed, pulsed with a dangerous, alluring power, a power that would tempt the very individuals who had fought to prevent its misuse. The most disturbing theory about this instant vanishing is that it wasn't an accident, but a success. The darkest theories suggest they were not destroyed, but achieved precisely what Kagrenac intended: a collective transcendence, emerging with the Numidium, or perhaps a complete withdrawal from the mundus, becoming something entirely new and incomprehensible. If so, their disappearance was not a failure of their ambition, but its ultimate terrifying triumph. It's a thought that makes one's very bones ache with existential dread. Let the impossibility of it settle into your bones, because once you truly understand what the Dwemer sought to achieve and the sheer, inexplicable nature of their disappearance, you'll realize why their empty cities remain as monuments to a terrifying aspiration that literally tried to rewrite the universe. And what of the Falmer, those wretched snow elves whom the Dwemer had so cruelly sheltered and transformed? In the next chapter, we'll explore the Falmer aftermath, delving into how these betrayed became betrayers, inheriting the silent ruins of their former masters and descending into a madness that would forever haunt the deep places of Tamriel. We've just witnessed the most profound mystery in Tamriel's history: the instantaneous vanishing of the Dwemer at Red Mountain, leaving behind only their silent cities and ever-vigilant automatons. But while the Kaimer grappled with their bewildering victory and the terrifying power of the heart of Lorcan, another, far more tragic story was unfolding in the deep places of the earth. This is the tale of the Falmer aftermath, a chilling account of how a betrayed people, once proud and golden, descended into further madness, becoming the twisted inheritors of their master's empty empire. Remember the Falmer? We briefly touched upon their tragic bargain with the Dwemer in an earlier chapter, a desperate pact for sanctuary after the Nords decimated their civilization during the Night of Tears. The terms were simple, yet horrific: blindness for safety. The Dwemer offered protection, but at the cost of their sight, and then, far more insidiously, began a process of transformation, twisting their bodies and minds. What's particularly maddening is that the Falmer, trapped in their subterranean prisons, had no idea the Dwemer were gone. For them, the daily routine of forced labor, the constant hum of Dwemer machinery, and the ever-present threat of their masters continued, even as the masters themselves ceased to exist. Imagine the sheer disorienting silence that must have fallen upon them, a silence that slowly, terrifyingly morphed into a new kind of freedom. So how did the Falmer react to their master's disappearance? For a time, likely, they didn't. Their blindness, coupled with the Dwemer's meticulous control, meant they were utterly dependent. The automatons continued their patrols. The light still glowed, the steam still hissed. But gradually, the absence of the Dwemer themselves would have become undeniable. No more orders from their masters, no more direct supervision, no more new experiments. The Dwemer's sudden vanishing must have been a profound, terrifying, yet ultimately liberating event for the Falmer. It was a freedom they were ill-equipped to handle, having been systematically stripped of their independence, their culture, and their very selves. It's a bit like being granted a grand manor, only to find you're blind, the previous owners have vanished into thin air, and the staff are all unthinking robots. What a predicament. This newfound disorienting freedom led to a tragic descent into further madness. The Falmer, already physically and mentally scarred by centuries of Dwemer manipulation, were left to fend for themselves in a labyrinthine world they could not see, filled with the echoes of their tormentor's genius. Their already fragile minds, warped by the forced ingestion of toxic fungi and the absence of sunlight, simply broke under the strain. They became feral, aggressive, and deeply paranoid, turning on each other and any surface dweller unfortunate enough to stumble into their subterranean domains. The Dwemer had, perhaps inadvertently, created a monstrous legacy, a race of vengeful, subterranean savages. The ultimate payout of this tragic transformation was the Falmer claiming Dwemer-ruins as their twisted inheritance. These vast, complex cities, designed for a highly advanced, rational civilization, became the dark, echoing nests of a devolved, sightless people. The Falmer didn't understand the intricate mechanisms of the Dwemer, but they learned to navigate them, to live among the silent machines, and to repurpose the grand halls for their own primitive, brutal existence. They became the ghosts in the Dwemer's ghost story, a living testament to the cruelty and unintended consequences of the deep folk's ambition. What's particularly maddening is that these ruins, built with such precision and grand vision, are now home to a people who exist in a state of perpetual, violent confusion. Their evolution, or devolution, over millennia is a grim testament to their suffering. From the proud, sophisticated snow elves of ancient times, they became the grotesque, chitin armored creatures we know today. Their skin grew pale and leathery, their faces became distorted, and their remaining senses sharpened to compensate for their lost sight, making them formidable hunters in the darkness. They developed a unique, clicking language, a guttural echo of their former elegance. The most disturbing theory about this transformation is that the Dwemer's initial shelter was always intended to be a long-term biological experiment, a way to create a compliant, disposable workforce, or perhaps even a living defense system for their underground empire. If so, they succeeded, but the result was a horror far beyond their control. Today, modern Falmer society exists in a brutal, tribalistic state within the ruins. They are fiercely territorial, defending their dark domains with cunning traps and overwhelming numbers. They cultivate poisonous fungi, herd enslaved creatures, and wage constant, unseen wars against each other and against the surface world. Their existence is a perpetual cycle of violence and survival, a chilling echo of the betrayal that started it all. They are the living legacy of Dwemer hubris, a constant, terrifying reminder of what happens when one race plays God with another. Here's what's genuinely terrifying about Dwemer construction. It still functions, providing the very infrastructure for these monstrous descendants to thrive. Let the impossibility of it settle into your bones. Because once you truly understand the tragic fate of the Falmer and how their existence is inextricably linked to the Dwemer's disappearance, you'll realize the full, horrifying scope of the deep folk's ambition. Next, we turn our attention back to the brass and steam. We'll explore living machines, the automatons that still patrol the empty halls, eternally vigilant, following orders from masters who vanished 4 millennia ago. Are they truly just machines, or is there something more? Get ready, because the answers might be even more unsettling than the questions. We've just journeyed through the tragic aftermath of the Falmer, a people twisted by Dwemer cruelty and left to inherit the silent, echoing ruins of their vanished masters. But as we navigate those dark, steam-filled corridors, we inevitably encounter the true, tireless guardians of the deep folk's legacy. They're living machines. These aren't just mere constructs. They are the animunculi, the brass and bronze automatons that still patrol, defend, and operate the vast Dwemer complexes, eternally vigilant, following orders from masters who vanished 4 millennia ago. Imagine stumbling through a long-forgotten Dwemer-ruin. The air is thick with the smell of ozone and ancient metal. Then, from the gloom, you hear it, the distinct whir of gears, the hiss of steam, and the rhythmic clank of heavy footsteps. A Dwemer centurion emerges, a towering brass behemoth, its internal mechanisms glowing with an eerie light, its formidable hammer or axe ready to strike. Or perhaps a nimble Dwemer sphere rolling silently before unfurling into a deadly, blade-wielding warrior. Even the smaller Dwemer spiders scurrying across walls and ceilings are formidable in their numbers. spitting bolts of lightning. Here's what's genuinely terrifying about these machines. They shouldn't work. Not after thousands of years of abandonment, without maintenance, without a living soul to wind their springs or stoke their furnaces. Yet, they do, with an almost unsettling persistence. They are the ultimate testament to Dwemer engineering, and perhaps to something far more unsettling. This brings us to one of the most enduring and disturbing controversies surrounding Dwemer technology, the Soul Gem controversy. Were these complex machines truly powered by souls? For centuries, scholars have debated this. Many automatons are found with soul gems embedded within them, or show evidence of having once contained them. The idea is horrifying that the Dwemer, in their relentless pursuit of efficiency and power, enslave the very essences of living beings to fuel their tireless creations. It's a chilling thought, a testament to their cold, logical approach to life itself. The darkest theories suggest they weren't just using captured souls, but perhaps even the souls of their own kind, or those of the Falmer they so cruelly manipulated. What's particularly maddening is that even if they were originally powered by soul gems, many automatons continue to function long after any conventional soul gem would have been depleted. This hints at a deeper, more profound power source, something beyond mere trapped spirits. This deeper power source leads us back to the concept of tonal manipulation as technology. We touched on it when discussing their architecture, but it's even more evident in their automatons. The Dwemer didn't just build machines, they sang them into existence, or rather, they tuned them to resonate with the fundamental tones of the Orbis. Their technology wasn't merely mechanical, it was metaphysical. The whirring of gears, the hiss of steam, the clank of their movements. These weren't just sounds of operation, but perhaps components of the tonal frequencies that kept them animated. It's a bit like a perpetual motion machine powered by the universe's own hum. They didn't just understand physics, they understood the music of physics. But here's where it gets truly mind-bending. The Ethereum discoveries and applications. The Dwemer were the sole masters of Ethereum, a rare glowing crystal found deep within Tamriel's crust, possessing reality-bending properties. While other races might have seen it as a powerful, enchanting material, the Dwemer saw it as a key to unlocking even greater technological feats. The Ethereum Forge, a legendary Dwemer construct, was capable of fusing this crystalline substance into artifacts of immense power. It's theorized that Ethereum was not just a component in their machines, but perhaps a catalyst for their tonal technology, allowing them to stabilize and amplify the resonant frequencies that kept their automatons active for millennia. The fact that only a fraction of its potential has ever been rediscovered speaks volumes about the depth of Dwemer knowledge. What's particularly maddening is that these are technologies that other races still can't replicate. Despite centuries of study by the greatest mages, engineers, and scholars across Tamriel, the secrets of Dwemer animunculi remain elusive. We can scavenge their metal, melt down their gears, and marvel at their complexity, but we cannot create a new centurion from scratch. The principles behind their self-sustaining power, their enduring durability, and their sophisticated programming are simply beyond our grasp. It's a humbling thought, isn't it? That a vanished civilization, gone for 4,000 years, still possesses technological superiority over every living race. It's almost as if they left a cosmic riddle, knowing we'd never quite solve it. Encounters with these living machines often suggest more than mere programming. Some explorers report Dwemer automatons reacting with a surprising degree of tactical intelligence, adapting to threats, and even seeming to prioritize targets. Are these just incredibly complex algorithms, or is there a residual echo of Dwemer consciousness, a final collective instruction imprinted on their creations? The most disturbing theory about their continued function is that they are not merely following orders, but are animated by a fragment of the Dwemer's collective will, a lingering presence that guards their empty halls. The darkest theories suggest they were designed to continue the Dwemer's grand experiment, even in their absence, perhaps collecting data or preparing for a return that may never come. Let the impossibility of it settle into your bones, because once you truly understand what the Dwemer could build and how their living machines continue their eternal vigil, you'll realize why their empty cities remain as monuments to a terrifying aspiration that literally tried to rewrite the universe. Next, we'll turn our attention to the fruitless efforts of those who came after, the scholars and explorers who have tried and failed to unravel the deep folk's secrets. Get ready to hear about failed attempts and why some knowledge, perhaps, is best left lost. We've just marveled at the living machines of the Dwemer, those tireless automatons that still hum and patrol their silent cities, a testament to a technology so advanced it defies our understanding. But if these machines are still functioning, if their cities are still lit, surely, you might think, someone in the millennia since their disappearance has managed to unravel their secrets. Surely the greatest minds of Tamriel have cracked the code, replicated their engineering, or at least understood how they achieved such impossible feats. Here's what's genuinely terrifying about Dwemer knowledge. It seems to actively resist comprehension. This chapter explores failed attempts, the countless, often tragic efforts of those who tried to follow in the deep folk's footsteps, only to find they are ambition met with frustration, madness, or worse. Imagine the sheer intellectual temptation. An entire civilization vanishes, leaving behind a treasure trove of technology that makes modern advancements look like child's play. Naturally, the brightest minds of every era have been drawn to this enigma like moths to a glowing Dwemer lamp. Among the most prominent are the scholars of the Synod, the Imperial Mages Guild's successor, who have launched countless expeditions into Dwemer ruins. Their archives are filled with reports of ventures that began with high hopes and ended in utter failure. Expeditions lost to traps that still function perfectly after millennia. Scholars driven mad by the sheer complexity of Dwemer schematics, and even when they manage to retrieve an artifact, decipher a lexicon, or activate a mechanism, the underlying principles remain stubbornly out of reach. What's particularly maddening is that they can see the results, the lights, the steam, the moving parts, but the how remains a profound, impenetrable secret. It's like being given a perfectly working clock and being told you can't look inside. Infuriating, isn't it? Then there are the more enthusiastic researchers, often found within the hallowed and sometimes hazardous halls of the College of Winterhold. Their research often leads to spectacular disasters. Tales abound of mages attempting to reverse engineer Dwemer energy sources, only to trigger localized arcane explosions. Experiments with animunculi often result in rogue automatons rampaging through the college grounds, requiring the combined might of the archmage and several battle mages to subdue. The Dwemer did something far more ambitious and frankly unsettling with their technology. They imbued it with a logic that seems to actively repel foreign understanding. Trying to force Dwemer principles into conventional magical frameworks is like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, only the peg occasionally explodes. Consider Calcelmo, the court wizard of Markarth, and arguably the foremost living expert on the Dwemer. The man has dedicated decades, perhaps a century of his life to studying the deep folk. He's amassed the largest collection of Dwemer artifacts, has meticulously translated countless lexicons, and has even created his own Dwemer museum. Yet, for all his unparalleled dedication, his understanding remains frustratingly limited. He can translate their language, yes, but the deeper meaning, the true philosophical underpinnings of their science, remains just beyond his grasp. He can observe their mechanisms, but he cannot replicate them. His decades of study yield so little in terms of true breakthrough, a testament to the sheer intellectual barrier the Dwemer erected, perhaps inadvertently, around their knowledge. It's enough to make a lesser scholar simply pack up their robes and take up a nice, safe career in cheesemaking. And what of the brave, or perhaps foolhardy, explorers who vanish trying to understand? Every Dwemer-ruin has its share of grim tales. Adventurers, treasure hunters, and even seasoned mages, drawn by the promise of ancient power or untold riches, enter the depths and are never seen again. They fall victim to the still active traps, the relentless automatons, or perhaps something even more insidious, the very knowledge they seek. The most disturbing theory about these disappearances is not just that they succumb to physical dangers, but that the Dwemer's final experiment, their ultimate act of transcendence, left behind a kind of intellectual contagion, a void that consumes those who delve too deeply into its mysteries. The darkest theories suggest they were not simply lost, but absorbed, becoming part of the very enigma they sought to solve. This leads us to the chilling conclusion that Dwemer knowledge seems actively hostile to comprehension. It's not just complex, it's alien. Their logic operates on principles so fundamentally different from our own that our minds struggle to grasp them. Their books crumble to dust when read, their schematics defy interpretation, and their power sources remain a mystery. It's as if the universe itself rejects the very concepts the Dwemer embraced. Or perhaps the Dwemer themselves designed their knowledge to be impenetrable to lesser minds. They built their secrets to last, and they built them to be unlearnable, ensuring that their intellectual supremacy would endure even in their absence. Let the impossibility of it settle into your bones, because once you truly understand what the Dwemer could build, and how their knowledge continues to mock our efforts, you'll realize why their empty cities remain as monuments to a terrifying aspiration that literally tried to rewrite the universe. Next, we'll confront the ultimate question: where did they go? We'll sift through the most prominent and unsettling theories of their disappearance, from cosmic transcendence to a horrifying merger with their own creation. Get ready, because the answers are as varied as they are unsettling. We've explored the origins of the deep folk, their impossible architecture, their tireless living machines, and the frustratingly failed attempts of those who tried to unravel their secrets. We've seen the sheer audacity of Kagrenac's ambition, poised to strike the heart of Lorcan. But now, we arrive at the ultimate, most tantalizing question, the one that has haunted every scholar, adventurer, and philosopher in Tamriel for 4,000 years. Where did they go? The instantaneous vanishing of an entire civilization without a trace is a historical anomaly so profound it defies conventional explanation. There are no bodies, no ruins of a final battle, no scattered remains to sift through, just empty cities and the echoing silence of absence. This isn't just a mystery, it's a cosmic riddle. Lee and the theories attempting to solve it are as varied as they are unsettling. Let's start with perhaps the most esoteric and chilling explanation, the zero-sum theory. This concept delves deep into the metaphysics of the Elder Scrolls universe, suggesting that reality itself is a dream, and that achieving true enlightenment, known as Kagrenac, allows one to understand this dream without dissolving into it. But here's where it gets truly mind-bending. The zero-sum theory posits that if one attempts to achieve Chim but fails, if one understands the dream but does not affirm their own existence within it, they simply cease to be. They are zero-summed, erased from reality as if they never were. The Dwemer, with their relentless pursuit of logic and their desire to quantify divinity, might have collectively stumbled upon this truth. The most disturbing theory about their disappearance is that Kagrenac's final act, his attempt to impose the Dwemer's will onto the Orbis through the heart of Lorcan and the Numidium, was a failed attempt at Chim. In that moment, they understood the dream, but perhaps failed to affirm their individual or collective I, and thus were unmade by the very fabric of existence. It's a terrifying thought, isn't it? To simply blink out of being because you understood too much, but not quite enough. Another prominent theory suggests they were transported to another plane of existence. Perhaps Kagrenac's experiment, while not resulting in their desired godhood, did tear a hole in reality, shunting the entire Dwemer race into an oblivion realm, a pocket dimension, or even a different timeline. What's particularly maddening is that there's no evidence of this. No Daedric prince has ever claimed them. No explorer has stumbled upon a new, brass-filled plane. If they were transported, it was to a place so utterly beyond our comprehension that it leaves no trace, no echo, no hint of their continued existence. Some proponents of this theory suggest they might be trapped in a realm of pure thought, or perhaps a dimension where their logic holds sway, but where physical form is irrelevant. It's a comforting thought for some that they might still exist, just not here, but it offers little in the way of proof. Then there's the incredibly disturbing idea that they became the golden skin of Numidium. Remember the colossal brass god Kagrenac was building? The Numidium was designed to be a walking, reality-bending tower, powered by the heart of Lorcan. The darkest theories suggest that in Kagrenac's final act, as he attempted to activate the Numidium, the Dwemer didn't vanish from the world, but rather vanished into their creation. Their very essence, their souls, their bodies, became the metallic shell of the brass god. This would explain the lack of bodies and the suddenness of their disappearance. It's a horrifying thought, to become the very thing you sought to control, to be absorbed into a giant, unthinking machine stripped of individuality. Here's what's genuinely terrifying about Dwemer construction. It was built to last, and if this theory holds true, their final resting place is not a tomb, but a weapon. A more optimistic, though equally unproven theory suggests they achieved collective godhood. This is a variation of the Chim theory, but one where they succeeded. Instead of zero-summing, they transcended, becoming a collective divine entity, perhaps a new earthbone, or a silent, omnipresent force in the cosmos. This would align with their ambition to create their own god, only instead of building it separately, they became it. The lack of their presence could be explained by their new, non-corporeal state. What's particularly maddening is that if they did achieve this, they've been remarkably quiet about it. No divine interventions, no grand pronouncements, just silence. It's a powerful idea that their ambition for godhood was fulfilled, but at the cost of their individual identities, and any interaction with the world they left behind. Finally, we have the time displacement theories. These suggest that the Dwemer weren't erased or transported, but simply shifted through time. Perhaps forward, into a distant future, or backward, into a forgotten past. The chaotic energies unleashed by the heart of Lorcan could have splintered their timeline, scattering them across the ages. This theory gains some traction from the unpredictable nature of the Dragon Break events, where time itself can become non-linear. However, the sheer scale of the disappearance, an entire race, makes a simple time jump seem unlikely without leaving some kind of temporal ripple or echo. What's particularly maddening is that if they are somewhere in time, they haven't made any attempt to return, or perhaps they can't. Each of these theories has its merits and its flaws. The zero-sum theory is metaphysically compelling, but offers no tangible proof. The planar transport theory is plausible, but lacks any evidence of their destination. The Numidium theory is chillingly logical, but transforms them into something monstrous. Collective godhood is a grand thought, but leaves them utterly aloof, and time displacement, while intriguing, struggles with the sheer scale of the event. What's particularly maddening is that despite millennia of speculation, no single theory has ever gained definitive proof. The Dwemer did something far more ambitious and frankly unsettling than simply disappear. They left behind a puzzle designed to be unsolvable, a final intellectual taunt to the rest of Tamriel. Let the impossibility of it settle into your bones. Because once you truly understand what the Dwemer could build, and the sheer, inexplicable nature of their disappearance, you'll realize why their empty cities remain as monuments to a terrifying aspiration that literally tried to rewrite the universe. Next, we finally meet the one exception, the last known survivor of the deep folk, Yagrum-Bagan. His tale is one of tragic isolation and a desperate search for answers, offering perhaps the only living glimpse into the mystery that consumes us. We've just grappled with the most perplexing question in Tamriel. Where did they go? We've sifted through theories of zero-sum, planar transport, and even the horrifying idea of merging with Numidium. Each theory leaves us with more questions than answers, deepening the cosmic riddle of the Dwemer's disappearance. But amidst this profound absence, there exists one singular, living exception. One Dwemer who did not vanish. His story is a poignant, tragic, and utterly vital piece of the puzzle. The tale of Yagrum-Bagan. Imagine the sheer, crushing weight of being the last of your kind, the sole survivor of a civilization that blinked out of existence in a single, inexplicable moment. That is the burden carried by Yagrum-Bagan, the only known living Dwemer in all of Tamriel. You can find him if you're brave enough to venture into the warped, diseased realm of the Corpusarium in Morrowind, a grotesque asylum for victims of the Blight. He is a bloated, immobile figure, afflicted by the incurable corpus disease, his body distended and grotesque, but his mind, remarkably, remains sharp, a living library of a vanished age. What's particularly maddening is that he exists, a direct link to the deep folk, yet his condition prevents him from truly helping us unravel the mystery. It's like finding the last page of a book, only to discover it's written in invisible ink. So, why was he the only known survivor? Yagrum-Bagan was a master crafter and Corpusarium overseer, a brilliant mind even among the Dwemer. His survival isn't due to some secret power or hidden sanctuary within Tamriel. No, he was simply incredibly, tragically, lucky. At the precise moment of the Dwemer's disappearance, during the climax of the Battle of Red Mountain, Yagrum-Bagan was not on Nirn. He was, by his own account, in an outer realm, exploring the outer worlds, likely a reference to various planes of oblivion, or perhaps even distant star spheres, pursuing Dwemer research into extraplanar phenomena. He was literally out of this world when his entire race ceased to be. He returned to Nirn, to a world utterly devoid of his people, their cities silent, their machines still running, but their presence gone. Imagine the profound, soul-crushing isolation of that return. His centuries since that fateful day have been a relentless, desperate search for his people. Despite his debilitating corpus disease, which he contracted much later, Yagrum has dedicated his agonizingly long life to understanding what happened. He has pored over every scrap of Dwemer lore he could find, every translated text, every functioning mechanism, searching for a clue, a pattern, an explanation for the inexplicable. He is a living, breathing testament to the Dwemer's intellectual drive, even in the face of ultimate despair. He has theories, of course, but no definitive answers, no grand revelation that solves the mystery. The most disturbing theory about his continued existence is that he is a living monument to their failure, cursed to wander alone in a world that has forgotten his kind, a constant reminder of what happens when ambition reaches too far. What his existence proves and disproves is crucial to our understanding. His very presence disproves any theory that suggests the Dwemer were somehow destroyed by the Heart of Lorkhan's backlash in a way that left no survivors, or that they were collectively zero-summed from all of existence. He was not there, and thus he remained. This suggests that whatever happened was localized to Nirn, or at least to the specific dimensional coordinates of the Dwemer at that moment. However, his inability to explain what happened, despite his vast knowledge and tireless research, also proves the profound, almost impenetrable nature of the mystery. If the last living Dwemer, a genius among his kind, cannot solve it, what hope do we have? The tragedy of being the last is palpable in Yagrum-Bagan's tale. He is a relic, a living ghost, burdened by the knowledge of a lost civilization and the agonizing uncertainty of their fate. He is surrounded by the echoes of his people's genius, yet utterly alone in his understanding. His corpus disease, while a physical torment, also serves as a metaphor for his isolation, a living death, trapped in a decaying body, unable to truly interact with the world or find solace. It's a fate almost crueler than vanishing, isn't it? To be left behind, eternally searching for answers that may never come. And don't even get me started on the logistics of how he manages to move around, considering his condition. Someone must be wheeling him about, which is a thought in itself. Let the impossibility of it settle in. Because once you truly understand the tragic isolation of Yagrum-Bagan and the profound weight of being the last, you'll realize why their empty cities remain as monuments to a terrifying aspiration that literally tried to rewrite the universe. Next, we shift our focus to the present day, to the brave or foolish souls who continue to seek answers in the silent ruins. We'll explore modern expeditions, delving into the recent discoveries and the new questions raised by each answer found. Get ready, because the Dwemer still have secrets to reveal and dangers to unleash. We've just concluded the poignant tale of Yagrum-Bagan, the last living Dwemer, a solitary figure burdened by the weight of a vanished civilization and the agonizing mystery of their disappearance. His existence, a living paradox, underscores the profound enigma that continues to haunt Tamriel. But the story of the Dwemer isn't confined to ancient texts and dusty theories. It's a living, breathing mystery that continues to unfold even today. This chapter brings us to the present, to modern expeditions, the tireless, often perilous efforts of contemporary scholars, adventurers, and even Dragonborn, who continue to seek answers in the silent, steam-filled ruins of Skyrim and beyond. Imagine the allure: vast, ancient cities, untouched for millennia, filled with impossible technology and untold secrets. It's a magnet for the curious, the greedy, and the genuinely dedicated. Recent discoveries in Dwemer-ruins are a testament to this ongoing fascination. Every year, new chambers are breached, new mechanisms activated, and new artifacts unearthed, each one a tantalizing fragment of a puzzle that refuses to be completed. From the sprawling depths of Blackreach to the hidden passages of forgotten strongholds, these expeditions, often undertaken by the College of Winterhold, the Imperial Legion, or independent scholars, continue to push the boundaries of what we know. What's particularly maddening is that for every new discovery, 10 new questions seem to arise, like a many-headed Dwemer Hydra of intellectual frustration. Perhaps the most significant recent discovery was the rediscovery of the Ethereum Forge. For centuries, this legendary construct was merely a myth, a whispered tale of immense power. but through the efforts of adventurers and the guidance of ancient texts, its location was pinpointed deep within the ruins of Berthalft. The Ethereum Forge is a colossal, self-sustaining marvel of Dwemer engineering, capable of fusing the rare and powerful Ethereum crystal into artifacts of immense power, such as the ethereal crown, shield, or staff. Its rediscovery proved that not all Dwemer technology was lost, and that some of their grandest projects remained intact, albeit dormant. Here's what's genuinely terrifying about Dwemer construction. Even their abandoned industrial complexes can be reactivated and used, their power still immense and potentially catastrophic. It's like finding an ancient, perfectly functional nuclear reactor and then trying to figure out how to turn it off. However, not all expeditions are met with such spectacular success. Blackreach expeditions that ended badly are a common, tragic refrain among adventurers. The vastness of that impossible cavern, its bioluminescent fungi, and its relentless automatons make it a death trap for the unprepared. Many who venture into Blackreach, lured by its beauty and its secrets, simply vanish, swallowed by the darkness, or crushed by a patrolling centurion. The sheer scale of Blackreach and the self-sustaining ecosystem within it is a constant reminder of the Dwemer's mastery and the dangers of underestimating their ancient defenses. And don't even get me started on the logistics of getting a proper map of the place. It's enough to make cartographers weep. For players of the grand game of Tamriel, the Dragonborn's explorations revealed even more. The legendary hero of Skyrim, in their quest to defeat Alduin, often delved into Dwemer ruins, encountering their automatons, deciphering their puzzles, and even interacting with their ancient technology. The Dragonborn's ability to utilize shouts, a form of tonal magic, sometimes offered unique insights or interactions with Dwemer mechanisms, hinting at a deeper connection between the voice and tonal architecture. These personal accounts, while often heroic, also underscore the sheer alien nature of Dwemer design. Even a demigod-like figure finds their technology baffling. The ultimate payout of these modern expeditions is a constant stream of new questions raised by each answer found. We might learn how a specific Dwemer puzzle works, but not why it was built that way, or what its ultimate purpose was. We might reactivate a forge, but the secrets of Ethereum's creation remain elusive. We find their cities, but never their people. Each fragment of knowledge unearthed only serves to highlight the vast, terrifying scope of what we don't know. The Dwemer did something far more ambitious and frankly unsettling than just disappear. They left behind a legacy of perpetual inquiry, a mystery designed to torment every generation that followed. It's almost as if they planned it, a final, intellectual taunt from beyond the veil. Let the impossibility of it settle into your bones. Because once you truly understand what the Dwemer could build, and how their empty cities continue to challenge and defeat our modern understanding, you'll realize why their empty cities remain as monuments to a terrifying aspiration that literally tried to rewrite the universe. Next, we'll delve into the enduring impact of their vanished civilization. We'll explore the legacy in metal, examining how Dwemer influence still shapes Tamriel, and why some knowledge, perhaps, is best left lost. We've explored the ongoing fascination with the deep folk through modern expeditions, revealing new secrets and, inevitably, new questions. We've seen how their silent cities continue to challenge our understanding, and how even the Dragonborn finds their technology baffling. But the Dwemer's influence isn't confined to their ruins. Their sudden disappearance left a void, yes, but also a profound, undeniable impact on the world they abandoned. This chapter delves into the legacy in metal, the enduring influence of the Dwemer on Tamriel, the dangers of their artifacts, and the chilling thought that some knowledge, perhaps, is best left lost. Imagine a world where one of the most advanced civilizations simply vanished, leaving behind their tools, their machines, and their very infrastructure. The immediate impact would be immense, and indeed it was. But the long-term effects are even more pervasive. The Dwemer influence on modern technology is subtle, yet undeniable. While no living race can replicate their tonal architecture or their self-sustaining power sources, the sheer presence of their ruins, their intricate gears, and their complex pipe systems has inspired countless engineers, smiths, and mages. Early imperial engineers, for instance, learned much about steam power and hydraulics from studying Dwemer aqueducts and ventilation systems. Even today, the most advanced clockwork mechanisms in Tamriel often show a clear, if crude, inspiration from Dwemer designs. What's particularly maddening is that we can reverse engineer parts of their technology, but never the whole, never the underlying principles that made it truly revolutionary. It's like having a blueprint for a starship, but only being able to build a very fancy bicycle. This leads us to the frustrating truth: why their knowledge can't be fully recovered. Despite centuries of dedicated study, the core secrets of Dwemer science remain elusive. Their understanding of the earth bones, their manipulation of sound as a building tool, their mastery of Ethereum. These are not simply lost techniques. They seem to be based on a fundamentally different paradigm of reality. It's not just a matter of missing texts or broken machines. It's a difference in philosophical approach. The Dwemer did something far more ambitious and frankly unsettling than just create advanced gadgets. They built their entire civilization on principles that our minds struggle to comprehend. Their knowledge is not merely forgotten, it seems actively resistant to being understood by those who think in conventional terms. And then there are the dangers of Dwemer artifacts. While immensely valuable, these relics are often fraught with peril. Unstable power cores can explode, ancient enchantments can backfire, and the automatons, of course, remain eternally hostile. Many an adventurer has met their end attempting to claim a Dwemer weapon or piece of armor, only to activate a long-dormant trap or awaken a slumbering centurion. The most disturbing theory about these dangers is that they are not mere passive defenses, but an active final safeguard for their secrets, designed to deter any who would pry too deeply into what was never meant to be rediscovered. The darkest theories suggest they were designed to punish, to ensure that their knowledge remained exclusive, even in their absence. The presence of these ruins and their enduring mystery also means how their ruins shape current politics. Control over Dwemer ruins often translates to immense wealth and strategic advantage. The Empire, the various holds in Skyrim, and even independent factions vie for access to these sites, hoping to exploit their resources or uncover new technologies. The presence of a major Dwemer ruin can turn a sleepy mining town into a bustling, dangerous frontier. Calcelmo's extensive research in Markarth, for example, grants the Jarl of Markarth a unique prestige and a steady stream of valuable artifacts. It's a constant source of tension and opportunity, a silent metallic chessboard upon which modern powers play their games. This brings us to the eternal question, one that every scholar and adventurer must eventually confront. Should some knowledge stay lost? The Dwemer pursued knowledge without ethical boundaries, without regard for divine consequence, and without understanding the full implications of their actions. Their pursuit of ultimate mastery led to the enslavement of the Falmer, the near destruction of reality, and their own inexplicable disappearance. Their legacy is a testament to technological brilliance, but also a cautionary tale of unchecked ambition. What's particularly maddening is that the very power that could revolutionize Tamriel is also the power that could destroy it. Perhaps the universe, in its wisdom, chose to erase them for a reason. And perhaps their secrets are best left buried, guarded by silent machines and the dust of millennia. Let the impossibility of it settle into your bones. Because once you truly understand what the Dwemer could build, and the profound, unsettling legacy they left behind, you'll realize why their empty cities remain as monuments to a terrifying aspiration that literally tried to rewrite the universe. Finally, we arrive at the ultimate hypothetical: if they returned. In our concluding chapter, we'll explore the mind-bending implications of the Dwemer's possible return, and whether their absence might in fact be a mercy. We've journeyed through the entire saga of the Deep Folk, from their enigmatic origins and impossible architecture to the chilling mystery of their disappearance and the enduring, often dangerous, legacy and metal they left behind. We've sifted through theories, encountered the last of their kind, and witnessed the futile attempts of those who tried to follow. Now, we arrive at the ultimate, most speculative, and perhaps most terrifying question of all: if they returned. What would happen if, after 4,000 years of profound absence, the Dwemer suddenly reappeared in Tamriel? The very thought sends shivers down the spines of scholars and leaders alike, for their return would not merely be a historical event. It would be a cataclysm that would fundamentally reshape the very fabric of the e-world as we know it. Imagine the sheer disorienting shock. One moment, they're gone, a historical enigma. The next, they're back, stepping out of the shadows of their silent cities. So, what would happen if the Dwemer came back? The immediate impact would be chaos. Every established power in Tamriel, the Empire, the various kingdoms, the Aldmeri Dominion, the great houses of Morrowind, would be thrown into disarray. Their technology alone would be a game changer, making modern armaments look like toys. Their unique philosophical outlook, their absolute devotion to logic over faith, would clash violently with the deeply spiritual and often superstitious societies of contemporary Tamriel. It would be a collision of worlds, a grand, terrifying experiment in societal upheaval. What's particularly maddening is that we have no idea how they would return, or what state they would be in. Would they be the same pragmatic, arrogant Mer, or would 4 millennia of whatever they experienced have changed them? One of the most immediate and pressing questions would be, would they reclaim their cities from the Falmer? Those vast subterranean complexes, once the heart of Dwemer civilization, are now the twisted, feral domains of the devolved snow elves. The Falmer, blinded and maddened by Dwemer cruelty, have made these ruins their own, defending them with a savage ferocity. If the Dwemer returned, would they simply sweep aside these grotesque descendants of their former slaves? Their historical disdain for other races, coupled with their technological superiority, suggests a brutal, efficient reclamation. The darkest theories suggest they wouldn't just reclaim them, but would see the Falmer as a failed experiment, perhaps even as a resource to be reutilized or simply eliminated. It would be a conflict unlike any seen before, a horrifying reckoning for centuries of injustice. Then there's the question of their reaction to the current state of Tamriel. Imagine a Dwemer returning to find the Empire in decline, the Aldmeri Dominion ascendant, and the world still plagued by the very irrationalities they sought to overcome. Gods, magic, faith, and endless squabbles over land and power. Would they be horrified, disgusted, or perhaps utterly indifferent, seeing it all as further proof of their own intellectual superiority? Their historical isolation suggests they wouldn't care much for the political machinations of the surface. Their focus was always inward, on their own grand experiments. What's particularly maddening is that their return might not be about conquest, but about resuming their research, perhaps even reactivating the Numidium. And if that were their goal, the current state of Tamriel would be merely an inconvenience to be swiftly dealt with. This leads us to the most critical implication: whether their knowledge could save or doom the world. The Dwemer possessed technology capable of manipulating the fundamental forces of reality, of creating life and of forging gods. Such knowledge could solve Tamriel's most pressing problems: famine, disease, even the threat of the dragons or Daedric incursions. Imagine their ability to harness geothermal energy on a global scale to purify water, or to create automatons that could rebuild shattered lands. But their history also shows a terrifying disregard for consequences, a hubris that led them to enslave the Falmer and attempt to create a god weapon. The Dwemer did something far more ambitious and frankly unsettling than just disappear. They left behind a legacy of power that, if unleashed without their unique, cold logic, could shatter the very world. The most disturbing theory about their return is that they wouldn't save the world, but simply reshape it to fit their own, utterly alien, rational design, regardless of the cost to its inhabitants. This brings us to the final, chilling thought: why their absence might be a mercy. For 4 millennia, Tamriel has muddled along, fighting its wars, building its empires, and struggling with its faiths. The Dwemer's disappearance, while a profound mystery, also removed a force of unparalleled power and unfathomable ambition. Their very presence, their relentless pursuit of ultimate control over reality, was a constant threat to the established order, to the very concept of free will and divine influence. Perhaps their vanishing was a cosmic intervention, a necessary removal of a civilization that was simply too dangerous for Nirn. Perhaps the universe, in its infinite wisdom, decided that some knowledge and some people are best kept out of play. It's a sobering thought, isn't it? That the greatest mystery of all might also be the greatest blessing. Let the impossibility of it settle in. Because once you truly understand what the Dwemer could build and the profound, unsettling implications of their potential return, you'll realize why their empty cities remain as monuments to a terrifying aspiration that literally tried to rewrite the universe. And so, we come to the end of our journey, but not the end of the mystery. Next, we'll summarize the tragedy and the triumph, the questions that may never be answered, and why the Dwemer's greatest creation might just be the enigma itself. We've journeyed through the brass-laden halls and steam-filled passages, from the enigmatic arrival of the deep folk to the terrifying implications of their potential return. We've grappled with their impossible architecture, the chilling logic of their living machines, and the profound tragedy of the Falmer. We've sifted through the fragmented accounts of their disappearance, pondered the wildest theories, and met the last, lonely survivor. And now, as the distant hum of ancient Dwemer machinery fades, we are left with the enduring legacy of Tamriel's greatest enigma. The story of the Dwemer is, at its heart, a profound tragedy and an unending mystery. It is a cautionary tale about ambition unchecked, about the relentless pursuit of knowledge, without the tempering influence of wisdom or compassion. They sought to master reality, to bend the earth bones to their will, and in doing so, they vanished, leaving behind only questions and the silent, mocking testament of their ruins. Their disappearance didn't just remove a race, it created a permanent void, a cosmic riddle that continues to define the very landscape of Tamriel. Their absence has shaped current Tamriel in ways we often overlook. The empty Dwemer cities became the proving grounds for adventurers, the battlefields for the Falmer, and the constant source of fascination for scholars like Calselmo, whose life's work is an exercise in delightful futility. The very power struggles for control over these ruins highlight their enduring significance, even without their makers. And so, the questions that may never be answered persist. Where did they go? Did they achieve godhood? Or were they simply unmade? Was it a triumph, a failure, or something entirely beyond our comprehension? What's particularly maddening is that the more we learn, the more we realize how little we truly understand. It's almost as if the Dwemer, in their final act, decided to leave us with the ultimate intellectual puzzle, a permanent headache for every aspiring scholar. Perhaps then, their greatest creation might be the mystery itself. For in their pursuit of ultimate logic, in their attempt to quantify the divine and build their own god, the Dwemer transcended mortal understanding not through glory, but through absence. They didn't just disappear, they became the question, the ultimate unknown that fuels endless expeditions and whispers in the dark. In seeking to become gods through logic, they achieved immortality through mystery. Take a moment and let the sheer enigma of it wash over you. Because once you truly understand what the Dwemer could build, and the profound, unsettling legacy they left behind, you'll realize why their empty cities remain as monuments to a terrifying aspiration that literally tried to rewrite the universe.